Okay, calling the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Energy, Economic Development and Tourism to order. So we'll hear today from the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, who will present their budget requests. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Before we get into the meat of the presentation, I'd like to introduce our team who is here. Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so from Strategic Marketing and Support, Dennis Ling and his team. Dennis?
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year.
Creative Industries, Georgia Skinner and her team. Foreign Trade Zone, David Sickink. David. From HTA and Tourism, Daniel Naho'opi. State Energy Office, Mark Blick. Economic Planning and Research, I know he was up in finance, but Dr. Eugene Tien, who was here yesterday, I think he's still up in finance. From Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, Gwen Yamamoto Lau. General Support for Economic Development, which is the DBED office, Chang Chang from Broadband, Dori Palkovich from Small Business Regulation. Dori's here. Lucy Pascual, ASO. From Hawaii Technology and Development Corporation, Interim ED Wayne Inoue, or acting ED. From State Planning and Coordination, Mary Alice Evans. From Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii Authority, Greg Barber. From Hawaii Community Development Authority, Craig Nakamoto. From Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation, Dean Minakami. From Agribusiness Development and Research, Wendy Gady. From the Stadium and Spector Events and Shows, Ryan Andrews. And then from the LUC, Daniel Orendecker. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to start with the presentation and just to give you a roadmap and an overview of the department. So good morning, Chairs Dela Cruz, Decoit, and Vice Chairs Marwaki, Wakai, and committee members. Thank you for providing DBED your time as we delve into a multifaceted discussion on economic dynamics, focusing on pivotal areas driving growth and progress. As we explore the contours of economic development, we find ourselves at a critical juncture, a time marked not only by opportunities, but also by challenges that demand our attention and collective action. In recent times, the specter of natural disasters has cast a stark shadow over our landscapes, affecting lives and economics in profound ways. The Maui wildfire disaster stands as a poignant reminder of the vulnerability we face and how imperative it is to fortify our resilience in the face of such adversities. Today, we reflect on the aftermath and consider the ways in which economic strategies can help rebuild, renew, and reinforce the effective communities and the entire state. Amidst these challenges, we have also witnessed remarkable beacons of progress in various economic sectors. The realms of technology and innovation stand as catalysts, propelling us into an era defined by ingenuity and advancement. The convergence of creative media and film not only entertains, but also fuels economies through the culture and economic contributions. We have two of the biggest stars of the film industry in Hollywood that are from these islands, and they both want Hawaii to be the home base for productions that they star in and produce. Additionally, the pursuit of value-added product manufacturing reshapes industries, adding depth and competitiveness to our economic landscape. However, progress in these sectors doesn't come in isolation. The linchpin in this march forward is our workforce. Hence, our focus on workforce development becomes pivotal. An investment in knowledge, skills, and adaptability to ensure that our workforce remains not just competitive, but also aligned with the evolving demands of these burgeoning industries. Throughout our discussion today, let us explore these interwoven facets of economic growth and resilience. They They examined the synergy between disaster recovery, technical innovations, creative endeavors, and workforce empowerment, acknowledging their interconnections and the opportunities that they present. Together, let us delve into these critical aspects, not only to understand their significance, but also to chart a path that fosters inclusive, sustainable, and robust economic progress for the communities we serve. In August, I was tasked with the efforts to help the Maui recovery. I delegated the majority of the DBED operation to Deputy Director Dane Wicker. During the months of August through December, Deputy Wicker worked with our program managers in preparing our organizational strategy, and the forthcoming steps were taken to ensure its effective implementation. With their intensive experience and exceptional dedication, I have full confidence in their ability to steer the operational facets of our organization. This budget will serve as a roadmap designed to harmonize with our strategic direction, line items which reflect our organizational goals, ensuring that our financial resources are optimally allocated to support our objectives effectively. Moreover, as we craft this budget, it is imperative to recognize the pivotal role that budget and policy requests play. These requests, when aligned with our strategic roadmap, become powerful tools in advancing our mission. They are the conduits through which our aspirations transform into actionable plans, driving us closer to achieving our overarching goals. In essence, this is a coordinated approach from delegating operational responsibilities to crafting an aligned budget with formulated strategic budget and policy requests is pivotal. It is a concerted effort aimed to propelling us forward in realizing our organizational vision. Your support to these efforts is invaluable. Together, we will navigate these pivotal steps and further cement our position in Hawaii's economic competitiveness. Mahalo for your time. I'd like to now turn it over to Deputy Wicker for his presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committees. We're going to go through a slide deck that sets forth a framework and what the plan is for DBED. Some of the table 4 and table 6 additions and decisions are covered in this slide deck. And then after, we can discuss those items that are still being asked for and requested. The way we structured this slide deck, it covers 4 areas. So we'll first go over what is the state of the state, highlighting some of the information that was shared yesterday during the economic discussion. Provide a macro level of how DBED approached in developing the strategic direction, and discuss the plan on how it serves as a template for regional economic development across the state. We'll then provide examples of how the plan is being implemented and tying in some of those budget requests. As mentioned yesterday, Hawaii's economy is more concentrated than the US, with 2/3 of our GDP focused in these top 5 sectors, of which the top 2 are real estate and the hospitality industry. We felt that economic impacts during COVID and the Maui wildfires, and when times are good for our hospitality industry, how do we leverage that revenue to get true diversification? You'll notice the trade sector on this grid that does include wholesale and retail trade industries, such as motor vehicle, parts suppliers, construction materials, commercial. It also does include exports. And we see exports and value add as a key industry as we help to diversify the economy. Another note that Dr. Tian covered yesterday was the different sectors and where they're at. So out of the 8, 5 are increasing, 3 remain flat, and the remainder are declining. But we do want to note, even though that these sectors might be declining, there's actually industries underneath these certain sectors that are actually emerging, and we'll discuss that in future slides. Where we rank nationally. So CNBC does a ranking every year. The 2024 did not come out yet. They use 86 metrics in 10 broad categories to determine competitiveness. Each category is weighted based on how frequently a state uses them as a selling point in economic development and marketing materials. The rate the states are based on is how effectively they're delivering on these factors, and that matters the most to business. It was mentioned yesterday, How do we become more competitive for conferences and leveraging the convention center? Well, if we're not looked at as a serious competitor for business, how will we attract those type of conferences? In 2023, the highest, heaviest weighted category was actually workforce development. We talk about that a lot, and workforce curriculum to career. And that's a heavy part of our framework in the moving the needle frame strategy. It was then followed by infrastructure, economy, life, health, and inclusion. So analyzing the emerging industries report that was highlighted by Dr. Tian yesterday, we looked at these 6 sectors and then started to pare down and align the sectors and where Hawaii needs to move in diversification. And these are the industries that we are focused on and we're in alignment with. And not only where the data is telling us to go, but also when we talk to the private sector. When we talk to our fellow board members who serve on Hawaii Technology Development Corp, Agribusiness Development Corp, and we ask for their expertise as they come from the private sector. Where do you see Hawaii competitive the next 5 to 10 years as you have a headquarters or a company here in Hawaii? The key here. David, you froze me.
We can take a short recess. Okay, reconvening.
Thank you, Chair. So the key here is to identify which emerging sectors we want to focus on, target, and then scale them up so that they actually qualify as growth activities or base growth. And in doing that, DBET is identifying the cliffs and the cradle to grave framework. Studies and reports have reinstated what we know, where Hawaii should consider focusing growth. These reports provide a why. The next steps is aligning data with the findings in these studies and developing a plan of what do these themes look like and how it will be accomplished. We speak of sustainability. However, we also need to be economically sustainable as a state. Sustainability costs money. It requires other types of resources. To become economically sustainable, we need to strengthen Hawaii's lifelines in our emerging sectors. The comprehensive economic development strategy parallels DBED's framework to expand our economy and develop homegrown talent with curriculum to career pathways. Findings and sets align with industries DBED is focused on, establishing and expanding, such as aerospace, specialty healthcare, and specialty agriculture. So the 3 sectors that we've pared down and DBED will be focusing on in its strategic framework: technology and innovation, creative media and film, manufacturing and product development. From a macro level, putting together report findings and data, DBED is focused on these 3 sectors to identify and determine where we should regionally have cluster economic development. Within DBED's ecosystem, 16 programs and attached agencies combined. Our primary agencies include HTDC, NELHA, CID, ADC, HSEO, and OPSD in helping us to deliver and accomplish this plan. Our secondary agencies and programs include those that we can leverage their incentives, both current incentives and if we can see more incentives. Those are BDSD, FTZ, HCDA, HGIA, and HBDEO. So what do these sectors look like when you start to spread it out to actual projects across the state? Value add facilities and aerospace on Kauai, utilizing HTDC and HTDC. On Oahu, value add aerospace, fashion, manufacturing, healthcare, film and media. the County of Maui, value add aerospace, film and media. And on Hawaii Island, value add aquaculture, energy, aerospace, film and media. How do we accomplish this? Establishing a 4-pillar system. This is how DBED's going to move the needle. Workforce development, K-12, P-20. DBED has met with UH and DOE, and it's come to agreement that DBED needs to communicate what skill sets are required for these careers. Align the curriculum to what the industry is needing. Infrastructure, facilities that provide commercialization and scaling up. Also to help reduce overhead costs and to help businesses incubate their startup process. Regulatory environment, an environment that supports the industry and working with our Small Business Regulatory Review Board. Capital formation, coordinating tax incentives, tax credits to stand up an industry and then wean them off subsidies to focus on the next emerging industry. Cradle to career approach. 5 items here, map it out. We are meeting with industry stakeholders and starting with the end in mind. What is the curriculum and skill sets that are needed for the workforce that they are hiring and preparing for? Identify what current resources we have, infrastructure and facilities, and flush out what resources need to be acquired. And where are the opportunities for public-private partnerships? The second, workforce development. Develop a P-20 pathway with DOE and their CTE pathways and UH and their community college curriculum. Are there opportunities for professional training where we can bring in workforce specialists to teach where they don't have the instructors? And which complex areas become the magnet? And then leveraging current internship programs in the non-government sector, such as P3I and Good Jobs Hawaii. Identify the resources that are needed. Oh, sorry. Back. So we're meeting with industry stakeholders to figure out which cliff, where there are cliffs. So resources include facilities, equipment, and how do we acquire this? And where the public-private partnerships can actually come in and provide the equipment and the training. Assessment of assets, working with the industry as well as OPSD, geographical strengths and weaknesses. Where do we have state-owned assets, facilities, land, or what do we need to purchase or partner with to set up this environment? And then leveraging our DBED ecosystem, where we layer incentives with BDSD. Their focus is on exports. They manage the enterprise zone. We also have the federal opportunity zones, the CBED small business loan program, and then workforce development would seem fitting under this section. Foreign trade zone, import and export, where we can lower the cost of tariffs and do or even eliminate import duties. HTDC through Innovate Hawaii, they assist and manufacture looking to improve businesses and that are willing to invest the time and resources to grow their company. The team at HTDC also includes experienced business professionals with skills in manufacturing systems and methods to offer strategic planning and implementation, business development, process analysis, and technology commercialization. Other incentives could also include tax credits and focusing that on to help stand up an industry such as the film. So tech and innovation. Let's dive in deep on tech and innovation. What industries is DBED coordinating and working with currently? Aerospace, advanced manufacturing, artificial intelligence, healthcare, and energy. This comes under the Kuleana of HTDC with their goals to develop and diversify Hawaii's innovation and tech economy and to grow business as per HRS. This also includes to facilitate programs that mentor, educate, and the resources for businesses to scale up, such as their grant program. So what do these industries look like? For example, aerospace. If we were to map out aerospace across the state, what does that mean as an economic driver? Starting with Hawaii Island, we have astronomy, and a target there for complex would be the Ka'u, Keao, and Pohoa complex area, working with DOE and UH, Institute for Astronomy, to develop the curriculum to career for careers on astronomy. From Maui, Space Force has a presence in Kihei, and you working with UH College of Engineering, working on engineering and manufacturing contractors, and working with DOE on the complex area of Baldwin, Kekalike, and Kihei. Sorry, I don't want to mispronounce the new name for Kihei High School. And then tying in UH Maui College. Space Force also has a presence on Oahu, where UH College of Engineering is working with us on engineering and manufacturing contractors. We need to identify which DOE complex becomes the magnet and working with the UH College of Engineering at NOAA. And then for Kauai, PMRF, we did a WAM site visit back there a few years ago and met with the contractor and creating that curriculum to career with the Kapa'a Kauai Waimea complex, as well as the Kauai Community College. Timeline to develop this. So last session, we were provided by the legislature an aerospace coordinator position. We filled that in November. And this is the timeline to develop the strategic plan, to have it prepared by August with what policy changes we need, as well as what resources we may need to stand up the aerospace economy. So as of right now, benchmarks that were met, we did an aerospace roundtable back in July, and we are now working on establishing the structure and then going into research and agreement for the next research and engagement for the next 4 months. Advanced manufacturing. A recent visit to Oak Ridge National Lab showed us the potential of advanced manufacturing here in the state, leveraging industries with our naval shipyard, as well as the aerospace community. When we talk about manufacturing, it's not just your normal assembly line these days. It's all about robotics. Some of you may be familiar with the maker spaces that were in our Department of Education schools with 3D printers. Think of those on a very large commercial scale, and actually warm bodies behind with coding, artificial intelligence, programming the robotics to develop a component that can keep our naval ships moving forward, that can repair a telescope on Haleakala or Mauna Kea, or other type of engineering components that you would usually have to wait months if you ordered them out of state. We can make those components here through additive and subtractive manufacturing. This is in its early phase. We are working with the Military Affairs Council and the Navy, DOD, and Flushing this out along with the College of Engineering. Similar timeline would be by August of next year to have policy and budget requests for the new biennial budget. NELHA, very critical asset to our economy, located in Kona. Tech and innovation is on the forefront and is the lead for NELHA, and it's happening in real time. NELHA is targeting sectors to assist in economic diversification. Given the surge in economic impact, it is clear that these sectors are somewhat resilient to those issues experienced during our economic downturns, and they can thrive during our economic weaknesses. Over the past 10 years, NELHA has received on average $2 million per year through appropriated CIP funds for site development. And in return, the state has seen $62.2 million generated for the overall economy. 714 jobs during the last, I believe, 10 years. Is that right? On average, pulling data from the 2022 state occupational employment and wage estimates, the median salary for these jobs are $61,420. Growth achieved through marketing, managing, and operating facilities that provide sites and resources to support research is what NELHA has been focused on. In addition, development and commercialization of innovative technologies utilizing the natural resources available at Keahole Point, such as the cold, deep seawater, warm surface seawater, and high solar energy. These resources have attracted and established the following businesses in Host Park: Symbrosia, Blue Ocean Barns, Blue Ocean Mariculture, Trevi Systems, and Light Manufacturing. These companies continue to have potential in advancing the technology to spin off new industry development, providing both local and economic development, as well as worldwide export potential. We do have 2 budget requests for NELHA. The first is to expand the roads. We're asking for $17.9 million in general obligation bonds for road infrastructure. This will allow us to do 50 acres and break those down into 3-acre lots, adding additional space for up to 15 new businesses. The second request is for an exploratory potable freshwater well, $5 million in general obligation bonds. Not only will this well service the commercial businesses at NELHA, it would also help with the much needed housing in that district. NELHA is known for their energy, and through their advanced energy initiative, they made several advancements in patenting new breakthrough technologies that has garnered significant interest and funding from companies like Shell Technology and Marine Renewables for an offshore underwater OTEC demonstration project at NELHA. NELHA is facilitating this project by conducting an EIS, which could speed up the timeline for this demonstration project. That was the EIS funding we received last session, so thank you for that. Significant progress was made in the construction and testing of a new 500 kilowatt solar power and 750 kilowatt energy storage system microgrid in this past fiscal year. And it will serve as a test bed for artificial intelligence demonstrations of ESS devices and microgrid development. The PUC has designated NELHA as a potential microgrid demonstration site for advanced technologies to enable grid resiliency. I'd also like to note that in addition, NELHA participated closely with Hawaii State Energy Office last session in the development of the hydrogen hub grant proposal. And although we did not get that proposal, the County of Hawaii is still pursuing locating the West Hub, Hawaii Hydrogen Hub at NELHA. So there's still potential for hydrogen there. The Hawaii State Energy Office has 3 goals. State plan to achieve 2045 renewable portfolio standards. The state plan to achieve the 2045 net zero mandate, and then tying in workforce development. HSEO strategy features a renewed focus on pursuing firm renewables that includes geothermal, pumped hydro, and regenerative biofuels. HSEO is looking at recommendations such as efficiency improvements to power plants that will help lower the cost of power over time. It also suggests that the state should take the first step in investing in technology, adopting geothermal slim hole drilling and a phased transition plan to progressively cleaner fuels and generation options. HSEO's analysis will include job impacts and the cost of carbon, and it will also analyze the benefits of a strategic alliance that would provide low-cost capital to invest in a plan and a partnership with HECO that could lower the cost to build new projects in power generation over time. For the 2045 net zero, a decarbonization strategy required by Act 238 in 2022 was submitted to the legislature this past December. Key recommendations include the support of the development of a utility scale renewable energy project for selected stage 3 and the forthcoming IGP procurements, consider an interagency task force, identify permitting improvements to meet the RPS timeline, and in workforce development, an energy pathway was developed with the support of industry teachers and administrative representatives, and it was launched this past calendar year with James Campbell High School, Kapolei High School, and Kealakekei High School. There are 3 programs of study that fall in this energy pathway: renewable energy technologies, alternative fuel technologies, and power grid technologies. Moving on to the second sector, creative media and film. DBED's focused on film and creative media and the music and culture. Working with DOE, we're identifying curriculum to career that's already been established. That includes C-Writer Productions at Waianae High School and the Olelo program at Campbell. We're identifying other complexes that are offering curriculum. We're also working with UH West Oahu to tie in the Academy for Creative Media as they continue on their education from high school. And in the fashion side, we're doing the same with DOE, UH, and tying in the fashion technology program at the UH Honolulu Community College. And having discussion with both the film industry and our curriculum, such as C-Writer Productions, then the manufacturers on their fashion, there's a lack of facilities and equipment. So does the state have the decision to say, do we start investing in facilities, warehouses, and equipment to help these businesses scale up? We're finding that's a common theme across. It's a network of facilities and equipment that helps startups scale up and incubate their business. And that's the same for the Food and Product Innovation Network that we'll talk about in upcoming slides. So if we're looking at a regional cluster out in Kalailoa, the yellow is actually a current film studio. That's where Magnum PI was previously shooting. The smaller plot here is a parcel that's on the market. And less than 5 minutes outside of here is Kapolei High School, and then further down the road is UH West Oahu. So regional economic development, looking at Campbell High School, Waianae Complex as your bookends, and you start to shape, okay, where do the students continue on? If they want to go on to college, they go on to UH West Oahu. If they decide they want to be a content creator, there's no place for them to go. They don't have the capital, they don't have the skill set to go and rent a space like these bigger facilities where it's just a warehouse. And you got to come in with your own capital and put in the equipment and develop your stage, similar to Diamond Head Studio. So we have to provide that middle cliff, that facility, a smaller version of what you see at UH West Oahu that allows the content creator to succeed and providing them the equipment to help them scale up and create their content. Netflix, we had a meeting with Netflix a couple months ago. Netflix has a presence in LA. They also have a presence in New Mexico. What drew them to New Mexico was a lot of content creating out there, and they're trying to grab it all. So what is it going to take for a company like Netflix to come here and grab all of our content? And we need the facilities and infrastructure to do that. We don't have this request in this budget. We were very mindful of the governor's decisions with the Maui wildfire recovery. So we'll be coming in next session asking for funding to acquire this parcel. The third economic sector we're looking at is manufacturing and product development. So this actually includes value-added products and non-food product manufacturing, such as fashion manufacturing. So working with the Agribusiness Development Corporation, 3 goals we're set to accomplish: develop and increase exports. We have to do market research, quality improvement, trade agreements, export incentives, infrastructure development, and export promotion. Increase local food production. Sorry, go back. That includes technology adoption, educating farmers and educating workforce curriculum. Land use planning, we need to optimize land use and set aside which lands we want to use for actual food production and where we need to do for value add. Research and development, supporting our small farmers by providing them financial support and resources to help them scale up. And then water management, which includes the investment into our irrigation systems, both existing and new. The third goal, create an efficient agribusiness industry. This includes value add, optimizing our supply chain, and that means investing in our infrastructure and our ports. Financial support, where do we offer loans and subsidies and leverage that? Regulatory reforms, tech integration, and then collaboration and network. So to develop and increase exports, on a future slide, I'm going to talk about the Food and Product Innovation Network and how that's going to help us create and expand our value-added exports. Increase in local food production. We're working with DOA in the plan to help double food production. We also are working on an MOU with NELHA to help scale up the aquaculture industry, as NELHA is working with Hatch on cohort incubators. When we talk with those companies going through the Hatch incubator, a lot of them don't have a means to stay here because we don't have the aquaculture tech parks. They can incubate out of NELHA, but where do they move on to help scale up and commercialize? And that is something we need to work on with NELHA and helping to scale up aquaculture parks along with ADC. What we also have is a request to help scale up local food production. It's actually a request that was reappropriated from last session because it was in A funds. It's now being asked to be in C funds. Is $4 million for the small animal slaughterhouse out at Kalailoa. And we're also asking for $6.47 million for irrigation on Kauai and another $4.5 million for irrigation on Oahu. Irrigation is key to help farmers with access to land. Creating an efficient agribusiness industry. So in addition to what you see on the screen, we do have a capacity challenge, and therefore we're asking for one property manager and one water system manager, both to be located on Kauai. We have over 15,000 acres of agricultural land in the ADC portfolio, and we do have a capacity challenge in with property management and water system management. As I mentioned earlier, one of the primary goals that DBID is looking at is how do we increase exports? We have the Made in Hawaii program and the export program under our business development and support division. And it goes back to identifying where those cliffs are at. I believe soon there'll be an announcement about the Leeward value added product development business as the educational facility to help create and develop small business value added entrepreneurs. The next step is developing the commercial facility, allowing them to move on, test their product in the market and help them to scale up. And that's the Food and Product Innovation Network under the Agribusiness Development Corporation. So what does that look like? 4 ways a Food Product Innovation Network will help the value add entrepreneur. It is part of the cradle to grave model. First, startup. These are for the entrepreneurs that have an idea but don't know where to start. And working with Leeward Community College's Value Added Product Development Center, they'll offer the advice, resources, and equipment to support the entrepreneur in the early stage trials. Then we need to help them grow. That's where they're ready to take their product from trial to market, or may already have a product in the market and need expertise to scale up. That's where we come in with the Food and Product Innovation Network, and we'll help them scale up, try new products, help them with machinery and process without interrupting their current options. Then it's commercialization. They're established. They want to do trial runs of small batches for marketing and validation and test machinery without interrupting their supply chain. The Food and Product Innovation Network will help them with that through their commercial facilities. The key here is to get them to export. Once they come out of the Food and Product Innovation Network, which is about 2 to 3 years, we need to also help them provide the space for warehouse space. They should have the capital and the expertise to move on and become successful, where they can lease private or public warehouse space, work with our programs like HTDC, and leverage our grant programs for manufacturing to bring in their equipment to help them get on their own feet and scale up their businesses. And then leveraging incentives, where we have enterprise zones, where we have foreign trade zones, utilizing manufacturing grants and utilizing our SBIR grants. This is what a facility looks like at Leeward. We will be similar, not exactly the same footprint, but targeting specifically based off the geographical region and what the microclimates are and what the livestock is. The equipment in the facility would cater to those specific value-added businesses. We are asking to support the 9.5 million in the CIP budget. It was appropriated last session, but it was in A funds. It's being reappropriated to C funds this session. So we're asking your support. And should we be able to get the funds come July 1st, we would be able to deliver a proof of concept within 12 months, and therefore asking for construction funds for the facility as well as equipment funds. Housing. As we did go around a couple neighbor island site visits and talking to farmers, housing was a challenge. It's also the governor's top priority in delivering 10,000 units in the first term. Office of Sustainable Planning and the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, OPSD, is working with HCD and HHFDC, and they have taken the lead with TOD Council to do the planning and implementation to ultimately help deliver more housing. We do have requests in our budget, starting with 2 million in general obligation bonds for statewide planning under the TOD Council. And you might ask, well, how would this tie into housing? It's tied to infrastructure. The TOD Council looks at infrastructure projects statewide, and that infrastructure will support the development of new housing. In addition, we're asking for 180 million in the rental housing revolving fund and 50 million in the dwelling unit revolving fund. And we'll have 2 separate requests for 2 infrastructure projects in Evile and UH West Oahu, and I'll highlight that shortly. The $2 million request is for the planning of up to 5 state and county project proposals that will advance the delivery of infrastructure and mixed-use projects, including affordable housing. 2 infrastructure projects we're asking. We're asking for 25 million to do phase 2 at UH West Oahu, and that's a geo bond. And we're also asking for 10 million for design of infrastructure in the Evile Kapalama. Policy side, we will be looking to introduce tax increment financing legislation as another way to help with the cost of infrastructure. What I just went through was DBED's long-term vision and plan and how we set to accomplish that. In the short term, several of our agencies are helping to address our most needed community residents, and that's the Alice population. The Hawaii State Energy Office is the lead for 2 programs, the home efficiency rebate program and the home electrification and appliance rebate program. 68 million in rebates will be available primarily to low and moderate income recipients starting the 3rd quarter of this year. Hawaii Broadband and Digital Equity Office, through the discounts, connectivity, devices, and training and upscaling, they'll help upskill the Alice population to be full participants in the digital world and thus the digital economy, with the net result of economic growth. Incentives include here $30, a $30 discount for households for connectivity to internet, and those on DTGL land, $75 discount. And the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, through its recent enhancements to HGI's GEMS program, the on-bill financing program, as of July 1st, we were able to eliminate through the legislature all credit barriers. This structure helps benefit the underserved ratepayers to pay for their solar PV systems through energy savings and still have some disposable income to purchase other necessities. For example, in 2021, applicant on the Big Island was unable to finance batteries. Through this program, they were able to save their stimulus checks, purchase a Tesla Powerwall, And their estimated savings in 2021 was $150 a month. With inflation today, it's valued at $500 a month per savings. Well, thank you for your time, and we'll turn over for questions.
Maybe we should go over the table 4 or 6, depending on which one that were not included in the
Sure.
PowerPoint. We can go.
Yep. So
Why don't we do table 4 since that's the more condensed version?
Okay, so I'll continue on. Okay, so table 4, BED 105. It's a non-general fund item of 475,000. We're asking for your support for this. The breakdown is 90,000 for the help to develop a strategic plan. 25,000 for let me go in order here. Sorry, 90,000 for strategic plan. 150,000 to collaborate with counties. 10,000 for materials and collateral. 200,000 for a film permitting system, and then 25,000 to annually maintain that and upgrade it. That's the 475. The next request is for foreign trade zone, 120,000 in special funds to purchase 2 forklifts. Current machinery is out of date and near the end of its lifetime. The over 113 HDAs here, they can discuss their budget. BED 120. We have a special fund request of 700,000. That's for a cost match, so we can leverage federal grants. Let me back up. I'm sorry. There is one BED 113. That's the convention center. We're asking for 25,000. Currently, the convention center has no ceiling. They're unable to spend a dime. We're asking for 25,000 to do a ceiling increase so that they can spend on funds.
That includes the roof.
The roof is in the CIP budget. The roof will be in the 64 million on table. This will be table 15.
What is that? Just day-to-day expenses, the 25 grand?
25 million, I apologize, no, 25 million.
Is there a breakdown of that?
We'll provide that to you, senators.
Senator,
We'll get that.
when the breakdown, you want them to come up.
Oh, we can wait then. We'll hold the question and then when HTA comes up, then we can just ask it to see.
Okay. Moving on, payroll differential under BED 120, requested aid funds 97,098. Going down to BED 13,
Is that for the energy director?
Chief Energy Officer. Yes. BED 138, a request of 388,065. This is special funds for Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority to help pay for positions for capacity as they expand their programs. And then BED 138, federal funds request 430,565. And this is for the new positions as well. So it's a special fund and federal fund to help cover three full positions. Going down to BED 144. This is a request to do, this is for OPSD. We're requesting to go from federal funds of 5 positions to 8 funds. So most of OPSD's positions are federally funded. This is under the Coastal Zone Management, working with the NOAA grant. NOAA federally funds both the staff and the research. As part of showing the state's investment, we're asking for your consideration for the state's going to begin to convert the positions to payments. A couple reductions, I can skip those unless there are any questions. Moving down to BED 160, Hawaii Housing Finance, there is a 34,000 request of the revolving funds to help cover current expenses. This is a non-general fund request. Moving down to BED 170. This was mentioned in the moving detail slide deck. The property manager for Kauai, one position, 6 month, half the funds for 6 month delay in hire. Also one position for the water system manager. Wait, is that full funded? I'm sorry, that's full funding, senators. Full funding for both. So the property manager and the water system manager will be full funding. We're also asking for 110,000 for vehicle purchases. Last line item for the operating budget. This is the 49.5 that was provided in a previous legislative session to the stadium. We're asking to do 3 things with this request. One, to extend the lapse date by 1 year. This will also allow us to deposit it into the stadium special fund, and then for us to set the ceiling so we can spend it out. Those are our operating requests for your consideration.
Okay, why don't we take, why don't we go by the agenda? So any questions for strategic marketing and support? We don't have.
I have questions by the tables.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know if it's by those. An activity.
Okay, if that's easier for members, we can go by that table. You have a question? Go ahead.
Okay, I have several questions. So we start with the vacancies.
Okay.
So similar question I asked yesterday. How realistic are these fill dates? Because it appears that majority of all these fill dates is done by 3/24. So are you already interviewing them? If you expect to fill it by 3/24, there's several for 1/31/24 at the end of this month. There's some that says 2023, 12/1/2023. Has that been filled or? Go ahead, Director.
One second. I can tell you, and I know you were in our meetings, in almost every manager's meeting that we have, and everybody in this room can attest to it, that question comes up in every single meeting. Make sure that if we have vacancies, that we fill them. Because after a year or a year and a half, we cannot come to the legislature and say we need those positions. To be honest, we've had issues filling positions. And to the credit of DHERD, Deputy Director Yamane had a hiring fair on specific employees at the convention
That's not my
center.
question.
Well,
My question is, how realistic is these dates? Because I know that departments put in these dates so that we don't cut the position and next year that position is still open. And then you got a different fill date. So how real is those fill dates? You're telling me that 60% of these positions, if not more, are going to be filled by March 1, 2024. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, Senator, so again, all the managers knew, we just went through that list, at least in the last month, 3 times, and
So you're saying you're
whatever
going to have those
they're
positions
saying,
filled by March?
the team is saying that was the most recent update to the vacancy list.
Okay, so the
March.
Senate gets the budget after this deadline. So if it's not filled,
Okay, well, let's start with the 2023, 12/1/2023 budget analyst 4. Was that filled? Yes. Okay. It's another 2023 somewhere. So the program specialist 3 in BD 144. That Phil?
So just as they're looking at that, 1 year to date, we've taken our vacancy percentage from 20%, actually 20.5% down to 18.6%.
Okay, I
So-
appreciate that, but that's not my question. My
Yeah,
question
so-
I want to know is when you folks are saying you're gonna fill the position by January 31, 2024. So I would assume that you've already done all the interviews and that person is going to be ready to start on January 31st, which is in about 3 weeks. Is that correct?
Okay, you know what? Why don't you guys just say you're gonna look at it and come back with a more realistic date? Because if not, we're gonna go over each one.
Well,
I'm giving you the answer.
thank you, Senator. Thank you. Thought we had that specific answer. And I'm hearing that some of the positions were filled already, because this is a little late, but.
Okay, why don't you guys give us an updated chart?
We will give you.
We'll go through the hearing and all the things that are unanswered. If we need another hearing, we'll have another hearing.
Okay.
And if the members are satisfied with what you provide in writing, then
But I would hope that you would review this before you send it in to us to see if it's realistic, because I mean, I know you guys not gonna fill all these positions by that date.
I hope that's not the case, but some of them, as we heard this now, are already filled.
Yeah, but it said it was gonna be filled by 20.
We will get you to this. We will get you to this. Right away. Thank you.
Anybody else on vacancies before I move on?
I just had a question on overtime. Table 13,
What page?
164 for us.
Agree, this table.
I notice table 13 for BED 130, there's a significant amount of overtime.
One 144.
So it'll be Dr. Tian for the positions that were moved over from VLIR or to HTA. We'd have to get back to you on the questions.
That breakdown.
Okay. Okay, and anybody have questions on overtime?
Higher salaries.
Okay, go ahead.
So on table 21, unbudgeted salaries, page 184, positions that are being paid higher than the salaries authorized as of November 30th. What is the net effect of these positions on your budget?
Senator, which BET number are you looking at specifically? Or are you looking at?
I'm looking at table 21, page 184.
We don't have it broken down like that. How many positions are you looking at, Senator? Because what we can do is get the information and
We get quite a,
provide you the.
you guys get quite a few, I'm just looking at overall, the positions that are budgeted. Yes, Grasshopper, please.
Yeah, and where did this money come from to?
Yeah,
Where did the money
Yeah,
come
where did that
from
money
to
come
pay over and above what the salaries are?
Yeah, please.
In the mic, state your name.
Can you spell it?
Thank you, Chair. Isaac Choi, Vice President of Finance, HTA. That schedule that you're looking at, the majority of it is for BED 113 we felt that this particular year, we were unfunded last year. So 100% of all our positions are in that schedule in 113 as unbudgeted positions because last year's budget elapsed on, will elapse on 6/30.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the majority of it is 113, right? Because then we would have to add it all back for 2020.
Yeah, because those positions are not in the base.
That's correct.
Yeah, because you had dedicated funding previous to
That's correct.
last couple of years.
So, Isaac, what is the net effect on those positions of the budget?
Well, as of June 30th, we have zero budget. Nobody has any salaries or wages as of July 1st.
Yeah, because they only had an annual.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Table 14.
Yeah, go ahead. Contracts, table 14, Senator Kitty.
Okay, so under table 14, let's see, what page is this? Page 6 of 13. BED 130. There's a number of surveys. Okay, so you have cruise visitor basic expenditure survey, and you have statewide island visitor satisfaction survey, research project related to understanding and measuring attitudes, research project related to vacation rental performance, visitor plant inventory survey calendar, syndicated tourism survey November, in-flight form printing, which is something I've always brought up, $868,000 for printing of the things that go on the airplane, which we've talked about changing that. Statewide domestic in-flight visitor basic characteristic survey, departure visitor characteristic and expenditure survey, timeshare quarterly survey, visitor and resident relocation tracking. And these amounts are huge. So all of these surveys, I mean, I know we got to survey stuff, but
Yeah, so Senator, yesterday, the board of HTA and the administration had a meeting and they approved the budget. I was unable to be at that meeting, but I'm sure if you want the president and the vice president of finance to come up to answer those questions, that's all in the HTA.
well, I'd like to see some analysis of all of the necessity for these surveys. And, you know, you have $500,000 allocated for 2 times a year. And these are not just one time. Some of them are occurring monthly, some are occurring quarterly, annually. I mean, huge dollars. So maybe we can see what the whole impact on all the surveys, pulling it out. Because I'm just, wondering, what you guys do the survey and then you just put it away and,
No, that's not the case.
okay.
I can understand your wanting to focus on that, and we will get the specific numbers to that. Jen Chan is the research analyst at HTA. She has all of that information. We might not agree if that's what we should be doing, and that's, totally the prerogative of this
We
committee.
need to just see how useful they are and if they're really serving a purpose. And do they have to be done as many times? I don't know, but that's just, I see this and it's a red flag.
Okay, so we will send a communication to Jen and get the specific information and the data year over year and the value of that information. Okay,
And then further down on the page, you have legal services, $300,000 legal services, varies as needed. Doesn't tell us what was spent, doesn't tell us how often you've used it, what did you need it for?
yeah, it's Reed's office again, so we will add that to the list of budget.
And I know you guys talked about the affordable housing and all of that. And I see here on page 7, you're doing the Kilauea Affordable Housing Master Plan and the Waimea 400 Affordable Housing Master Plan. So is it the intent to do master plans for all the islands? At what point is it housing or is there overlap or?
Wait, you might want to come up.
The question is regarding the planning on time. I'm sorry, Senator, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I see here you have 275,000 for the Kilauea Affordable Housing Master Plan, $425,000 for the Waimea 400 Affordable Housing Master Plan. So is it the intent to do master plans for all the islands for affordable housing? And how does this overlap with housing department? Where does that responsibilities fall?
So the DoD Council, Senator, is a shared partnership between the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation. We co-chair it, and it has 25 members. All of them are state or county agencies with 3 representatives, one from the private sector. The council works through its members. And so the first step in a pipeline to create affordable housing in a mixed-use community is usually the master plan. That's because a lot of the,
Whose responsibility is it to do a master plan?
so we're doing the master plan, contracting for the master plan,
So-
and then the agencies that implement the infrastructure and housing will use that to get their permits.
Okay, but you will do it all for all the islands and all of the communities?
There are TOD areas on all islands.
So you're
Yes.
gonna do it for all islands? It's gonna be
Yes.
consistent across the board?
Yes.
And what kind of costs are we looking at? What kind of costs would we be looking at to do that?
For the infrastructure itself, we are looking at some creative financing tools, such as, we'll be asking the legislature, I think, to take another look at tax increment financing, which would be allowing the counties to issue bonds based on a commitment of their future property taxes for a district. That will allow them to put in the infrastructure necessary to build out the affordable housing and upfront rather
My
than.
question is more on the lines of who's the responsibility and what the consistency is, whether there's overlap or not. So it's not whether or not we need it. Obviously, we need it.
Understood.
It's very hard to follow because we hear from housing, we hear from HCDA, we hear from you guys. So it's just trying to put it all
Yeah.
together. So we need to coordinate
When-
it, I think.
So when a county or state agency that's responsible for housing asked to start a master plan, we enter into a contract with them with a scope of work. They have to fulfill that contract in order to be paid for the master plan. So that's a contractual arrangement
Right.
that, you know,
Right, but it always goes through you guys for all master
Now-
plans.
no, a state agency that can do CIP can also do its own planning. But we do the ones for the transitory development areas.
See, therein lies the confusion. Okay, thank you.
So, Senator, is your question also related to whether it's going to be the county's responsibility, whose plan that is in whichever county, or is it going to be the state? Is that what?
Well, I'm sure there's an overlap with the states supporting the counties. It's not the problem is what state entity is doing it all. And if it's piecemealed in different agencies, then how do we coordinate it all? And how do we get our hand around it all? And that's all I'm saying. Because, we have so many different agencies touching it.
Well, the TOD Council was a legislative initiative, the Senate's initiative, to create that coordination mechanism.
So there's a chair then.
No, it's co-chair, right?
I'm a co-chair and
Thank you.
Email Tommy is the other co-chair.
Thank you.
So going to contracts then, if you look at, you have a total of 20 contracts that ended before 2023. This is between pages 166 and 177.
Which table?
Table 14. Should be this. But they have an outstanding balance of 1.6 million. But they
Aloha.
already ended.
I can answer that. This is Dan NELHA OPE, interim CEO at the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Most of those contracts are under our budget. So what those are we are not outstanding on the 1.6 million for those 20 contracts. The contracts have ended and the final payments have been made. Those are remaining balances of unused funds. Because of our lack of additional accountants, we haven't had the time yet to do the unencumbrance of the funds and return it. But we are caught up with all of our payments for those contracts.
Okay, so so how long has it been, I guess been sitting?
1 year from 22, most of those are from 22 contracts.
And
Just
this
finishing.
gets lapsed back and goes back to BNF basically.
If it was in the Tourism Special Fund, it would go into the Tourism Special Fund. Those are ones that started before 2021. Others would go back into our existing pot, yes, BNF.
Okay, so do you have I guess maybe you can amend that table to let us know which ones are part of the special fund,
Okay,
which ones are not.
will do.
So on page 4 of 13, on table 14, you have a number of marketing effective studies. You also have a cruise visitor basic characteristics, but just that it seems like the cruise one is a duplication. Maybe it's not. Then you have marketing effectiveness study for 82,000, another 82,000 marketing effectiveness study, another cruise visitor basic study. So it's just, again, there's a number of that occurring.
So same as the previous response to the research department, Senator. So we will get all of that information to you along with the previous questions that you asked regarding those finite.
It seems like it's a month. Omnitrack is doing monthly marketing effectiveness study. Can you guys provide us with what does this marketing effectiveness study look like? And what do we get from it? That you're doing it every month?
Yeah, as soon as this meeting is done, we'll meet with Jen and get that information.
On table 16, why was the proposed lapse for exploration of potable water well not included in the forced lapse list?
So part of it is probably because we weren't able to secure a permit.
No, yeah, I get that, but BNF forced lapse within DOE, UH, and DLNR. So I'm not sure why they didn't force lapse this, because they would have been able to that's 2.2 million DOE probably wouldn't have to force lapse if we knew that this was gonna be lapsed. I guess it's more procedural between you guys and BNF.
We don't know why they didn't. We will check with the NP.
So this project is done then? Or are you coming back for it?
Coming back, so there's a 5 million request for the potable well system, which would cover.
That's the one you covered. And they couldn't get this spent because
We couldn't secure the permits. County, right, Greg? County permits in time.
so how do we know if we put in the 5 million, we're gonna get the permit? Because that was 4 years. So and then now we're going to double the amount and going to take another.
Senator, thank you, Greg Barber from NELHA. Thank you for the question. We met with Chair Chang with DLNR, and we've been working with her. And she advised us to go out and talk to all of the stakeholders in the community, and we've done that. We've been doing that for the past 6 months, and we've come up with a measure that was under
So who gives you the, the
Conflict.
county gives you the permit though?
CWRM,
Okay,
part of DLNR. And so we have come up with a solution for the issues that were causing the problem. And we've talked to all the stakeholders. And
so what's that timeline on that?
we hope to get on the CWRM agenda this month. And then if we ask for reconsideration, if we can come to a conclusion, we think we have agreement from all the stakeholders, then we're hopeful that CWRM, if they see there's a consensus with all the stakeholders, and this is what Chair Chang advised us to do, is that they would take it under consideration, and we're hopeful that we can resolve this issue within a month or so.
Question, Chair.
Senator Nguyen?
Yes, similar question regarding your comments. Where's the national park in with the community's discussions?
We have not talked to we have 2 more people to talk to, and the national park is one of them, but we've talked with Kapuna, we've talked with the lineal descendants of that area. We've talked with Ahamoku at length. We have a cultural hui. We've talked with them.
Yeah.
We've talked with the county. We've talked to everybody.
Do you know that the national park is the biggest stall?
They are.
Yeah, so until you can get the federal national park in this project, then I would say, I think things will be a little clearer. But you know that they're the biggest stall.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, and then that should have been the first persons to talk to. Similar to NELHA, can I continue on to ask him some questions? Okay. The 50 acres for your road infrastructure, are you going north or south?
Yes, both. So it's in the area, the connecting road to the airport, Paolo Road. So on both sides of
You
that.
did, okay.
And then extension of Kahili is to the south, to the property to the south along the highway.
Okay, I hope you bring in DOT into the picture with the planning, because you know, when we developed the last increment going into the commercial section,
Right.
that we had problems with the truckers and the whole community with the egress and the going in and out of that highway,
Yes.
where when we developed the extensions to NELHA and we developed the last increment, the truckers, I mean, everybody could not make a left turn to go north if you're going Waimea. You had to go turn right, go all the way Kailua, then you turn around and you go back north.
Yes.
Okay, so make sure that DOT is in the picture. And as well as make sure that whoever is going to be the partnerships, that they also pay for traffic lights wherever you're going into intersection. Another question I had with a decision that you made on a BLNR application, and I didn't understand why it had to do with aquaculture. You denied an application. I still don't know why it went to the BLNR board, but you know the Kanaloa Octopus Farm?
Yes.
Okay, Jacob Conroy's
Yes.
property, or his R&D project with the octopus. Why did you speak against the aquaculture project? And why did it go to the BLNR board? Because it's your Kuleana. So why did it go to the board to make a decision on aquaculture? And reason I'm saying that is because we know that Jacob had that project at NELHA.
Right.
Okay, we know that he also accepted tours to go visit how he grows the R&D into his project of octopus.
Yes.
Okay, and we know that some community members were against it.
That's correct.
Okay, but why did you deny that application or whatever? Why did it go to the BLNR board for decision?
You're talking about the Kanaloa
Correct.
project? It did not.
So why
It
was
was
it?
our decision. They had a year-to-year lease in the research campus. And we asked them for a revised business plan because they were growing rapidly. And they were experiencing, I want to say, around 20,000 visitors per month. And they, in their business plan, they anticipated it would more than double. And this small 4,000 square foot project in the middle of our research campus, we couldn't accommodate that anymore. It was already causing problems with noise and parking and people walking around.
He also agreed not to extend the lease. He decided he's not going to be at NELHA.
Decided not to extend it. That
Okay.
was NELHA's
Reason I'm bringing
decision.
this up, I got comments from those in the aquaculture industry.
Uh-huh.
We're in the process right now, all of us, including DBED, increasing aquaculture activity going forward. And we saw that displayed here with DOA as
Right.
well. But the concept of, so my question again is, why did it go? Because it's not a land lease with DLNR. So why did that particular application or process go to the board to make a decision? Because the comments I heard was that BLNR and DLNR is opposing aquaculture. So it raised concerns of many, many people who wants to get into aquaculture that NELHA does not support aquaculture and so does DLNR.
And that's just not
Okay.
true.
Okay, so all the leases, my understanding, does not go to DLNR.
They do not. It's
So
done
my
by
question
our
again,
board of
why
directors.
did that application or process be on a decision maker for BLNR, for the board?
It was not. As far as I know for sure, it was not decided by BLNR. It was decided by NELHA.
Yeah, but why did that go to the BLNR? Because you have nothing to do.
Yeah,
No, the only
With
thing
the
at
land
Glenmar is the
division.
water permit. The water well permit.
that's correct. It was a NELHA decision.
Okay.
Perhaps we can talk
Okay,
more.
right, because that's the confusion coming out of the aquaculture industry and I'm
Yeah.
speaking on behalf of them because
No,
it gave them that we're against aquaculture and
No.
also NELHA. So somehow we have
We-
to
we-
talk with the aquaculture industry.
fully support aquaculture, I can assure you.
All right. Okay, that's enough for me
So what-
for,
Can you explain
No,
that, the hatch program though? What is the hatch program?
So the Hatch program is previously prior to 2018, we were a landlord. We leased land and sold seawater. I think it was previous DBED director says that we should do more entrepreneurial program to help grow the companies at NELHA. And so we went out for an RFP for an accelerator program in the field of aquaculture to help startup companies and grow them at NELHA. And so it's an accelerator program. They have cohorts just like Elemental Accelerator, Blue Accelerator, all the other accelerators, startup capital, and they have a cohort. They provide a 3 to 4 month training program to help these companies. They provide them some funding, perhaps $50,000. They also take an equity position in those companies, 5 to 10%. You know, it changes.
But it's solely for aquaculture.
This is totally for aquaculture, yes.
Because your statute says the purpose of NELHA shall be to facilitate research, development, and commercialization of natural energy resources and ocean-related research, technology, and industry in Hawaii to engage in retail, commercial, or tourism activities that will financially support research, development, and commercialization at a research and technology park in Hawaii.
Yes.
So it's really about natural energy resources and ocean-related research versus aquaculture seems to be going into somebody else's swim lane of DOA and ADC. So why don't you have a accelerator program more focused toward your mission?
We took the low-hanging fruit first because we had a lot of interest in
You
aquaculture.
don't even have the word aquaculture in your statute.
That's correct. That's correct.
So that's something that I think with DBED, they should look at everybody's specific swim lanes and see where it should go. If one agency is not doing their job with aquaculture, then we should get rid of the people who are in charge until they do their job, instead of giving it to another agency that would do it even though it's not in their statute. I have a problem with that because it's the same thing with HTA coming in for destination management, and it's not statutorily required.
Mhm.
So if we're going to start to have every department come in for things that are not statutorily required, we're going to run out of money.
Similarly, Chair, we do have, where are we on the lobster and the abalone R&D? Are they gone already?
But that even shouldn't even be there.
Exactly,
Kuleana.
that's
Their
part of
Kuleana should be what's
aquaculture.
in your statute. Senator Bukai.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Chair, because we introduced a bill last year to put aquaculture and you didn't support the bill. So I'm hoping that you would support that because I agree that, you know,
We should just do it with ADC or DOA who's already supposed to do ag and aquaculture.
but they have their perfect resources for aquaculture.
Okay, then get rid of NELHA and just extend it, just have it part of ADC.
Well, I didn't want to go
If
that
it's-
far. I just thought we'd expand your mission.
Why
But
we gonna have
it-
duplication of agencies?
That's one. Seems duplication.
We got too much, we're growing government for what? Government has to work.
I'm in somewhat of a disagreement with that because I do see the value of NELHA, the resources that you have there, and that you're the perfect epicenter for aquaculture growth. And I appreciate that Deputy Director Wicker talked about your collaboration with HTDC in growing and with Hatch to grow that sector, but still absent is the Department of Agriculture. How helpful or are they helpful in helping you grow this sector of the economy?
We talk with them a lot, but you know, we have our own resources, and we're supplying office space, land, and seawater to these businesses. That helps them grow.
Okay, so to the chair's suggestion that government's got to be working better together. The fact that the Department of Agriculture is hardly ever involved in supporting you, I think that's a problem that Director Tokioka and Director Hurd have to kind of work out, because you've been doing great work without their help, and I think we could synergize a lot more in the future.
I agree, but he needs to do great work with what's statutorily required.
See, great, you should have supported my bill.
That's what we need you guys to do what the statute says you're supposed to do, not something else.
Okay, sorry, I have one more final question.
But I agree with Senator, because that's why the lobster and the
No, the
abalone
asset-
did
the-
well.
I don't think there's any
Because of the
disagreement
water
on the
system.
asset. The asset probably makes sense. But is this the right agency to be doing that?
Well, I don't
Okay.
think OTEC's ever going to happen, so I think pivoting to aquaculture
Then
is.
if that's the case, we should repeal.
Before you say, yeah,
Okay, sorry, I have only one quick question. Hatch was supposed to deliver us aquaculture strategic plan, I believe at the end of November.
Yeah,
I don't see it. What happened to that?
we've talked to them, but I'm not sure where the plan is.
Okay, can you-
The Department
yes,
of
when-
Agriculture is doing that plan.
No, Hatch is doing the plan. You contract, you are ag, no.
Department of Agriculture is doing the plan. Yes, sir.
Okay, I talked to the guy from Hatch who was asking me questions.
They hired Hatch to do the plan for them.
Oh, so it's Department of Agriculture. Okay, got it.
Yes.
I'll ask,
Yeah, but there has to be a bigger policy question. If we're gonna pursue what the statute says we're supposed to, and if this board or this team is not the right team, I don't know if we get repeal or we get a new team to do what the statute says we're supposed to do. But that's something that you guys gotta look at.
You're absolutely right, Chair. But I will just tell you from, our office, we have managers meetings on every Tuesday, and the whole message is to support each other. But you're right about what the HRS says, so we need to figure out who's in what lane and how you can help us put the right.
Yeah, it's supposed to be work together, not take over, not go into each other's swim lane.
Point understood.
Because some of the powers in here are very flexible for government to get some of these things
Yeah,
moving.
so as Deputy was just saying, an MOA and some of it would assist with the goals, the mutual goals. So again.
Well, just to add, if you're going to look at the statute, see the original formation of NELHA, because that's a political thing as well. Dr. John, what was his last name? Craven, yeah. He started that with Senator Akaka, and that's when we developed the seawater project, which is supposed to take care of the energy component as well. But the aquaculture portion and the R&D became part of it at that time. And that's when we started the lobster and then later on the abalone and whatever. But there's a portion for aquaculture there. And I agree with Senator Wakai because that's a water source. And so perhaps maybe you can divide a portion of NELHA because of that water
That shouldn't
quality.
prevent us from developing other areas for aquaculture. This is not the only place in Hawaii that we can do aquaculture.
Yeah, but the seawater is what I'm talking about and different kinds of aquaculture. And so perhaps we can look at using a portion of NELHA, the land division, whether it's on the
How many
south
acres do you
side.
have there that are undeveloped?
250
Exactly,
at the most.
yeah.
And they haven't done anything. When was the last time that you've expanded?
We 1990
Okay.
when we went from 250
What are we
to
even talking about? Then give some of the rest of the land to ADC for them to do aquaculture. But we should be making sense of what government is supposed to do so that if not, it would be really sad if Hawaii cannot get natural energy resources and ocean related research off the ground. Hawaii. And if you are not passionate and cannot believe that that's what we should be doing, then that you guys gotta really have a conversation and find the people who are going to be able to get this done.
Well, that's pretty much a lot of the projects already there. You got the biotech
Yeah,
and
but
you
I'm
got
still
the
talking about
Japan
the
water stuff.
statutory
Yeah.
requirement.
So you really got to save a lot of those businesses and portion it out. And I agree if you got lots of land there, but keep a.
No, but
area.
internally, that's where you could either do an MOA, we could do an EO, we could have a bill actually moving certain TMKs over to ADC or
So-
DOA.
So, Chair, there is a draft MOA being developed between NELHA and ADC right now, and I believe HTDC is also in that draft. Because each of them, to recognize the swim lane and work with our internal ecosystem, NELHA has the asset, ADC's Kudana doing commercialization of agriculture. They're preparing the MOA.
Okay, I just think it's a very bad habit for agencies to do things outside the statutory requirements and ask us for money. Because like I said, if every agency does that, we're not gonna have money.
So can you guys sit down with ADC and Department of Ag? Because I believe the aquaculture is in the purview of Department of Ag. Thank you. Senator Kibani had a question. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. On page 25, you talk about Hawaii Good Jobs Challenge. And page 25, Hawaii table. On the table. No, page 25 on your 736 pages.
Okay.
Okay, wait, we can- No, it's part of your testimony, I think. It's part of your written testimony.
Anyway, my question is your 1-year goal.
Yeah.
You talk about fully integrating education to career pipeline of courses within DOE
It's 24 in your testimony.
structure. So is there a program that DTE has? I mean, DOE has?
Okay, so actually, when we were in Hilo with you, prior to that, WAM site visit,
There was none.
Uh,
No, go ahead.
we sat down at length with, superintendent.
Yeah.
Actually,
No,
talk about specifically what your committee talked about afterwards.
see,
And
as
I
a
think-
result of our farm site visit, it forced them to get together, to get their act together before we had the meeting with them.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at. Is your,
talked to him before we went to the meeting,
Yeah, but-
and then you made it clear.
It's because we had the meeting that you had to talk to him before the meeting.
Correct, that's correct.
oh, maybe we need more
But
visits,
I think what
but
we-
my point is, it's a 1-year goal. So are you guys writing up a program or does DOE already have it? Who's writing the program? I mean,
Okay, you wanna,
So for the good jobs.
Yes.
No, you-
right, Hawaii Good Job Challenge.
That's the actual program within University of
no,
Hawaii.
but I think she's talking about the pipeline for that
Yeah,
industry.
sorry. I'm
Instead of
going,
just
but
year one, what's your long-term plan for that specific industry?
Anyway, that
You have one?
This is for creative industry specifically, right?
yes, on page 25, which I can't get back anymore.
Okay, no, she can answer.
It's just says it's a fully integrated education to career pipeline of courses within DOE. So I want to know, is there a specific career path? Is it written up?
Yeah.
I would like,
Yeah.
So thank you for the question, Georgia Skinner, Creative Industries Division. So within the Good Jobs Challenge itself, and our job as a department is to look at how we integrate the existing curriculum in DOE CTE, connect it with what we have in the high school and post-grad programs, and then use the Good Jobs Challenge as an overlay to be able to connect those items. So specifically, if we're looking at the 1-year goal, that was the key achievement there needs to be that these MOAs between all of the agencies are connected and we connect them and reverse engineer from the jobs that we know they need. So whether this is film industry, other creative industries, that's how that would work. Our leeward coast that we talked about on Kona in that briefing is why we're focused on the leeward coast plan, because we've identified schools there, Waianae Sea Riders, Nanakuli, Campbell, and others that already have the basis of this curriculum in place. And I think the disconnect is those kids get to a cliff and they're never able to get into the film industry or other jobs. It's our job to orchestrate that, make that happen, so we have a solidified plan with them at the end of 1 year. That's what that goal is about.
yeah, so I guess my question is, if I go to DOE, they're going to be able to present me the plan? Is that written up by you guys? I mean,
We will.
why? Okay, so
Is the-
why are the kids, once they go through this, at the cliff?
Because,
Is the plan not
Yeah.
complete?
No,
well, they're, go
because
ahead, Chair.
we have to build out facilities so that they have
Correct,
jobs.
correct. So it is an integrated pipeline of development from even middle school all the way through the high school and then into college. Also a separate pathway that many students don't go into a college program. We have to address them because a lot of our best and brightest are there.
So what,
So the curriculum basis that CTE has, we need to use those that work and connect them to the rest of the post high school programs in the UHCCs. And that's really what the focus of Good Jobs is.
but that's why she's focusing on those two high schools. So Kealakehi, working with the county is supposed to develop a mega or quite some large film in the industrial park or tech park,
Correct, in Kona.
which would end up creating the environment for more jobs. So then the high school, hopefully Palamanui, and then they can go work in Kona at the new film studio park.
Correct.
That's kind of the plan.
The vision. And so there's 2 islands that we're looking at, Hawaii Island, and then of course in Kalailoa area in the Leeward
So
Coast,
that's
because
the two pilots basically for
Correct.
film. Because Sea
Film and creative
Riders,
media.
Campbell, West Oahu, like the deputy director said, and then expand the existing park
Yeah.
and then Kealakekee.
Because the challenge we see, Senator Kidani, is that the students are so energized, as all of you have seen, in whether it's Waianae or other high schools throughout the state. Even Molokai has some really stellar storytellers there from the high school. But we have to, as DBED, find the connectivity between all of these programs and be able to offer that curriculum to career placement.
I mean,
And with
we're way behind, but we're
Oh, I understand, and I know the about time, I appreciate that. It's about time. But I think to your point, Senator Kidani, we can give you the exact pathways and we can do that well within.
Correct, but I guess part of what I was getting at. Is
Yeah.
that we know that DOE does this with some of our schools, Sea Riders, et cetera. But at the college level, like UH West Oahu, that was supposed to be another
Yeah.
engine to it.
Yes.
And what are they doing there? Do we have
Yes.
continuation there?
Yes.
It's like, that's where they're dropping off. the cliff.
Correct. And to your point, that's well articulated. It's very disappointing. But I think part of the issue is then we bring the industry people in, we bring people that are part of the tax credit program, for example, put them in those classrooms at that beautiful building that, you know, is a great investment for the state. We need to activate that building and make things happen.
I think
there.
as legislators, this is some of the things that we need to know so that when we talk to the university or whatever, we can ask, what are they doing
Yes.
to help our students
Yeah.
get to that level?
Well, I'd like to be able to offer some kind of briefing, especially for higher ed and DOE leadership in both the House and the Senate, to just show you what we come up with and the problems that we have seen and where we need to mitigate those so that our kids stay home and offer remote jobs that are probably equally as high paying, so they don't have to leave home.
Well, yesterday they said there was only 20,000 jobs in the industry. And mostly, if not all, part-time.
Yeah, well, I did hear that comment. Thank you for mentioning that, Senator. The comment of 20,000 is the offshore productions coming in. If you have a television series, those people are employed for at least 10 months of the year. And they get 2 months off and they come back. So when you're looking at the industry, film industry as a whole, you have two components to it. There are part-time jobs, there are gig workers, and there are independent filmmakers who are really rising. And that's what we have to get underneath and support, as well as having a stable tax credit.
Those you still need places for them to work.
Well, and we
That's right.
need facilities for
Yeah.
them to train if they're not going to UH West Oahu or other facilities. Yes.
So, Georgia, I
Hi.
think you could also elaborate on the fact that now industry itself has taken on a role of bringing in others that have helped with part of the training. I guess what we're trying to figure out is how do you incorporate that into after the cliff? Instead of
Exactly.
falling in the gulch. And I think what they put out in ICANN at the soapbox was a clear example of moving to the next level.
Exactly.
And then the addition of the added impacts outside and above and beyond what is there. So yesterday, as they talked about the 20,000 jobs, I think what they failed to acknowledge was even within the 20,000 jobs that added on of other jobs and impacts, whether it be our hotel industry
Yeah.
that is
Correct.
used, our restaurants.
Yeah.
And the list goes on,
Yeah.
not to forget the give back of making sure those resources that are limitedly impacted also gets addressed within the industry itself. And that's really what I want to see coming out in statistics. I think we need to see those statistics, but I know Senator Favela also had a question, but
Yeah.
I want to, if you could,
Yeah,
you guys did a briefing for us under industry.
we would love to do
That
that.
you guys would bring that to life.
Yes, absolutely.
I think what would be helpful though, is to have a joint education, higher ed, economic development briefing, and then you can hear from the DOE, the UH system, and how it all integrates.
Mhm. But we also have to, as
Because that will force them to have to prepare for the meeting.
we follow your lead, Chair. Whatever you suggest, I think it's a great idea because the more we get detailed about these kind of things that are really important, again, what Senator DeCoit just mentioned is critical.
Yeah.
And that is whether it's a creative lab program or ICANN, the International Culture and Arts Network, a new nonprofit organization, who we hosted at the Sandbox. And we are very pleased to see the turnout for Native Hawaiian actors there. It's really critical, but that also has to be replicated for screenwriting and the rest. And we've done that in Creative Lab. And now with ICANN, we have a new opportunity along with other organizations like OHINA, Hawaii Women in Filmmaking, Pacific Islanders in Communications. That is that cluster that has started to grow. We need to get under them and help support that, to your point. Yes, Senator Bell.
You know, the thing that I'm hearing here is that, none of these guys ever was brought to the table. We're talking about what Senator De La Cruz said is 100% correct. Got to get the DOE and the colleges together, but you're missing one component. The unions, they're the ones going to say what jobs you need. So you can have the colleges in here, you can have you here, but what is the jobs that they need
Correct.
for each industry? Not everybody can hold a mic. I mean, I would love to get paid good, but not everybody can do
You're
it.
tall, you'd be.
Maybe some other guy can getting coffee, but we don't know, right? So how we gonna get that is that they've been asking this, and then if we're not gonna do the full circle, then we just going half a circle. We need to bring the industries all together on one page, because before I talked to one good friend of mine, you guys probably know him, Uncle Mel. He told me back in the day, before any production came on the island, guys, they came and seen the unions. They sat at the table from the beginning, knowing what we needed in the trades. Because the education component, lower ed and higher ed is great. But you know what happening right now at the US West of Wall? Did you guys find out? They're doing gaming. Gaming. All that money we spent there. Don't get me wrong, gaming, you can make good money. But that wasn't the reason why we would put the elephant doors over there for somebody to do
It's
gaming.
like NELHA and the aquaculture. See?
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So since the thing had, we went walk through and never have nothing in there, me, Senator Kadani and Senator Kim, we didn't see nothing coming out of there since. You know, we get the greatest, I mean, right now, you guys always talk about them. They're great. Sea Rider Production, Campbell, White Powell, Intermediate, right? Have
White
great
Tech.
production. Even like when my daughter went to Campbell, right? She was all into this thing. When she left Campbell, she went go to Hawaii Pacific Health. Because never have nothing in from Olelo to going to the universities.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So if we're gonna do this, we gotta bring the industries all in.
Full circle, and I really appreciate that comment, Senator Favela, because that is a core part, our industry partnerships with IATSE, SAG, hopefully Teamsters as well, because Teamsters have very key jobs within the industry. And so we look at it as a holistic, and I think, you know, doing a briefing on that would be really helpful to you. So they are at the table. They are a written, you know, pledge partner, IATSE and SAG. So we look forward to continuing to finalize, I guess, this plan for you before the 1-year goal so that you can take a look at what we have, but 100%. Because if we don't do that and we don't fill the need of those labor unions, because they know who they have on the bench and who they don't, right? And we want to make more people available. So it's,
Even with the community colleges, yeah, I mean, we get, mostly teachers do a lot of the driving jobs, right? So if we don't get somebody getting trained within the industry in the university or going and get their CDL, how are they gonna get qualified to get those jobs?
yeah, correct.
You know, so it's not all internally, but you know, we gotta get everybody to the table. Thank you, Chair.
No, I think, but you know, the other point to be made is that when you have this Hawaii Good Job Challenge and you have the kids in DOE doing it, what's happening at West Oahu? How are they pushing the program?
Right.
So there's a disconnect.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a seamless.
It is. I think, you know, sharing again the PowerPoint that we had last time when we were in Kona, we mapped out for the Leeward Coast what that was and the specific classes at Leeward at UH West Oahu. So that is all part of an integrated plan. I look forward to sharing that with you all.
Thank you.
Senator, Chair, if I may. What we heard loud and clear at that WAM briefing when the discussion was if DOE was going to tell the parents of the students, you can go into this program and then what? You're going to tell
Yeah.
them what's next.
Exactly.
So we took that clearly and Deputy Wicker has been working with the CADs, meeting with the CADs, and the DOE, putting together the program so that this is the career step. So for any one of us or any one of you to tell the parents, if your child wants to go into the film industry, this is a path. But not only the film industry, we have to do that for other industries that, whether it's the visitor industry or whatever else it
I
is.
guess the point I'm trying to make
Yeah.
is that DOE is not where education stops. It's also at the university level, so
Oh,
there's
yeah.
no,
100%.
yeah.
And Deputy Director has been working with the CADs and the community colleges and the university specifically.
Well, that goes back to like the hub and spoke
Yes,
for the university or the academies at the DOE. It has to all be aligned.
yes.
Well,
And we're doing the best to do that.
And that raised the question you guys talked about the astronomy program on the Big Island, working with the University of Hawaii. There's no engineering program at the University of Hawaii in Hilo. So these students got to go to Honolulu and they're not. And then so you wonder why we don't have more people from Big Island in the astronomy industry. So how are you working with them on that? I mean, we had to initiate
Yeah.
something this year and even that is not enough. So you brought that up, but you guys don't tell us what you're doing.
That, we're in the early phase of that with the Dean of College of Engineering and mapping that out. And by next August, we're supposed to have a plan that shows what assets and facilities and resources need to be at each county for that,
That's right.
for
But you
aerospace.
gotta put it in the budget, right?
Yeah, the admin budget, it's all working backwards from the admin budget and the legislative admin package for policies.
So speaking of that, can I ask?
Wait, I have Phil. Any more? Okay, wait, real quick then. Okay, I noticed on table 19, you're asking for a film industry liaison,
Yes. Excuse me.
like 130,000.
Yeah.
But what's the difference between that and the state film commissioner?
The film industry branch manager, also known as the state film commissioner, is a branch chief within Creative Industries. This is seen as a position that would be working collectively with a advisory council or a commission to really lead the charge for the industry itself. So it is a
Because-
different position and it's exempt to get the right skill set to be able to lead this. It's part of an initiative that we've been discussing and also came up last session. So
Because what is that? The current person in that position cannot liaison?
You gotta multitask.
I think the challenge is that with the growth of the industry and where we are, you need a strong team within the management of the day-to-day film industry operations. And that person is good to lead that. But when you talk about diversifying our economy, growing facilities and infrastructure, and particularly the
So
workforce
is the
development,
salary the same?
it's higher.
This position is higher that you're
Yes.
asking.
It was modeled after some of the
And this-
legislation that was proposed last year
So they'll report to you or they report
Yes.
to the film commission?
and the advisory committee or council or commission.
So what would the film commissioner do?
They would still manage the day-to-day operations of the as we plan to grow the industry, that person has to still manage not only overseeing the permitting, but handling all the issues between industry. So there's still a need for that.
Okay, so if you had to choose one,
If I has to choose one.
you think about it.
Yes, may I get back to you on that?
And then yesterday they talked about the $10 million
Oh, the increase
in
to
cap.
the
I don't see
credit.
that. I don't see that in your guys' table 19.
It's not. It's in the bill. It's
Yeah,
in a
but-
draft bill that,
Table 19 is your administration package bills.
yeah.
So certain bills are still being considered to be included in the admin package. But we have proposed a bill for the admin to consider, which includes that request to go from 50 to 60 on the credit.
Okay,
Has to accommodate the
yeah,
facilities development and a lot of things that Deputy Director talked about in the presentation today.
but we still haven't gotten to determine how effective the existing law is. You know, last year when they had a hearing, Senator Kim asked the film commissioner, how do you double check that when you provide someone the credit that they actually follow through? And the commissioner said we don't.
Yeah. Well, I can update you now that we do have a two-person team in place. Hopefully they're still here. Yes, so David Kaylee Iholakai is our accountant auditor. And then Brent Onbay is our program specialist, and also want to introduce Rick Manayan, our other branch chief. So to answer that question, you know, the credit is very specific in both the statute as well as the Hawaii administrative rules in how it has to be managed. We asked in the audit report in 2016 and again fulfilled that commitment for the two-person team, thanks to the legislature providing us the two positions. So those two people are the hands-on people and they do report directly to me.
Yeah, but so do you have the documentation to show us?
Yes,
that
absolutely, we do.
that the credit, whatever was agreed to by the film industry or the applicant,
Mhm.
they followed through?
They did. One example, just to share with you, is that might be a good opportunity for another deep dive briefing because it is complex. And I think when we went over it together as a team here with our leadership, we both agreed that I think there's a lot of mystery to it that isn't really a mystery at all. It needs to be proven to the legislature. Do they spend the money? If they're on a cash basis, they absolutely have to. They provide us with their line item documentation, all of
I
that.
think what we're looking at is, are
How
they
is it
hiring
working?
local? Are they
Yes.
using local vendors?
Yes, they are.
How many,
So-
you know, those type of things. Are they putting in infrastructure to help the community?
Correct.
Those real tangible. I mean, you don't have to go through them now.
No, but I'll just
I
give
would-
you a
Yeah,
snapshot
go
if
ahead.
you'd like. So for 2022, the actual resident versus non-resident hires for a TV series, 82% at 8,479 for the length of the series in that year. And for non-resident hires is 18% or 1,865. So a total of 10,000 for that one show.
But did the 18% make as much as the 80-something%?
Well, you know, you do have those above the line people in the keys. The keys are a key part of good jobs to be able to move people that are we need to upskill those people into those higher wage jobs. 2023 was just an odd year, so. But we, yes, I look forward to sharing all the documentation with you.
I can't wait to watch the briefing and subject matter committee.
Chair, if I may, although I wasn't here last year, we met as soon as we came in with CID. And I mentioned to everyone at the table that we don't want to go through the scrutiny of what happened prior. And the team that Georgia has hired now, we meet often. Because we want to know that the things that were asked to be done are being done. So Georgia had it spread out and I asked if the information can be simple enough so that anybody can read it.
Mhm.
Because if you folks ask and you want to know who was hired, all of the receipts, they have all of it. And I'm confident that the questions that were asked before are all now being documented, clear. And even if it had to go through the Isaac Choi test, it would pass the test. I'm
Reluctantly.
confident of that. And you know,
What's the Isaac Choi test?
Isaac Choi was skilled the tax credit test, and I said, look, this is all the information when he was at the Office of Taxation.
We need them back
Wait,
there.
you had a
So just
question?
on this topic, another concern was, and I brought this up to all of you guys, you know, at the time we was having this briefing, not everybody was here, but there was at a film festival. So how is this gonna be monitored on anybody that's representing the film industry or the film department on these travels all over the world, representing Hawaii or going to different areas to supposedly create jobs? Where is that checks and balances? So let's just say I went to New Zealand to go check. What did I accomplish in New Zealand? How is that gonna affect Hawaii's growth in the film industry? Well, I just went up there to see New Zealand. We don't know. So how are we gonna have checks and balances for this travels going forward?
Okay, Senator, that message was heard loud and clear. So between Deputy Director and myself, we approve all of the travel. And you can ask people sitting in this room, not only the film office, that we've denied travel because we have to be able to justify not only to the legislature, but to the taxpayers, what we're spending on travel. And so, you know, we also know that we're in a budgetary crunch. we got restricted spending memos from the Director of Finance, so, you know.
Okay,
we
let me
have-
just follow up then, because I'm looking at table 23, which is our page 188. And you have someone here, FESPAC Commissioner, attend council in New Caledonia. No travel report. So you have here full agenda, yes, attended, yes, sessions, yes, but no travel report. So there's a couple in there that they did not do a travel report. So going back to his question, how do we know what occurred and what the state benefit was?
I could say that for us, we have a very specific,
No, I'm asking about this one.
sorry, excuse me,
I have to get back to you,
Okay,
Chair.
but to address Senator Favella's question, if I may, Chair.
go ahead.
I think it is important. We do have policies in place, and right now we do extensive trip reports, and also who we're seeing, where we're going, and what the outcome is going to be before we go.
Okay, can you send us a copy then? And then I
Yes.
can distribute that. to-
What if I bring this up? And since I've been here, I was blessed to go on the WAM tours, yeah? Not as a WAM tour, as a sightseeing, but if you know Senator De La Cruz and his staff, they make us work hard. We get
Yeah.
quotas bigger than you guys are walking around, so I probably carry them at 2 meetings, the rest stay in the car. But we have questions, we have it on our phone. Every night we get homework that we have to answer questions of what did this mean to us? How we had learned, what we can contribute as what we learned on the tour. So I just thought because Senator De La Cruz been doing them, that everybody was doing them, but I guess not, so
No,
that's
I
something
started
that.
that actually because of Senator Kim.
Oh,
when she
thank you,
went-
Senator Kim.
Because when she was Senate President, she said, we all got to do reports. I want to
Okay.
know that we were working, so.
Yeah, my goodness, I think I did more work there when I was in high school.
So it sounds like a bill coming down, but I just wanted to say that I've been working closely with DBED and the film industry. Even when it came to HTA, I've questioned a lot of their travel. I can tell you, and whatever the subject matter is within DBED, I've literally called the director and said, why are these guys moving? What are they moving for? And I know going forward, as I've asked, I said, hey, I want to know why get 5 guys going on these one trips? And you've done very well in saying, I don't see why you should be going. I even got a call from Isaac Choi saying, why am I spending this amount of money to send these guys to Molokai? There was a huge issue that came about that they had to answer for. So believe me, they've been dotting their I's and crossing their T's and we'll-
Exhibit for.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and so they've been really good about addressing some of this. Like I said, we cannot change the past, but going forward, I will continue to monitor and work with the director and their team. So thank you, guys. And then I'm sure if we want to model a bill after what WAM does to us on our site
Yeah.
visits, that might be on the table as well. Thank you.
Okay, I had a question. Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What is the Ho'olina Scholarship Program?
Oh. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. That was us. We funded that, but
Or you guys funded that?
that's all.
Yeah, one at West
Hey, wait.
and one.
Wait, let me just interject real brief. So part of the question, when we had all these concerns about HTA and then we ended up overriding the governor's veto and all of that, is that our observation was that there were not enough locals in top management. We have, that's our number one industry. We put in millions of dollars and yet we don't see locals in top management. So that's when we worked with Hilta and we worked with Department of Labor, and Annie was the director at the time, to create this program so we could create a pipeline for local people to become hotel managers in Hawaii. And that was the gist of it. And then I'll hand it over to them because then they ended up managing it.
So is that for the TIM program or is it just separate?
Senator, yeah, it's in, it works in conjunction with the Tim School. And what happened was, as a result of concerns that were expressed by the legislature, that they were not seeing enough local people in general manager positions and the like. We thought that this was an opportunity for HTA and HLTA back then to partner with the Tim School to provide public school scholarships for students in public high schools that want to pursue a career in the hospitality industry. So for 2 years, it was funded out of HTA. And then when the pandemic occurred, then everything came to a cease. And I think in the first year, there were 12 students. The second year, there were 10 students. The experiences were really great. Many of the students were able to parlay their Tim school experience in terms of the mentoring opportunities that were provided into full-time jobs and the like. So when the program ceased with what happened during the pandemic, thanks to Senator De La Cruz, we then worked with the Department of Labor with the funding that was provided there. So last year, the program was revived with now 4 scholarships that are given, 1 student from every county. And again, they go through a 4-year program. The Tim School selects the students. The funding is provided by the state. And that's why it's called the Hawai'i Scholarship. So it's a program that has worked. The proposal now with Interim President Naho'opi is to make sure that we're prepared. If in fact there's a snag in funding from Department of Labor and the like, we can pick that up and move forward.
Can we get a status of those who, before the pandemic went in, how many of them actually went into management or got the higher?
Provide that.
Can you
That's all documented by the Tim School, and we have that.
And I just want to mention one thing, is that most of the students are actually from Title I schools. So
Yes.
they wouldn't normally have the opportunity to do it. So that's where it really does, it helps those financially
Well,
challenged.
You know, UH gives millions of dollars in scholarships and they keep asking for promise. Yet why aren't they focusing on some
Yeah,
of these areas?
yeah,
Why do we have to go
yeah,
in and
yeah.
specially
Yeah.
put it in?
Can we take some from UH? Because they even put a Lanai student in one of the programs.
Yes.
We'll take some of that budget if you want to pass it.
Chair,
HTA.
yeah,
Okay. go ahead.
similar questions regarding hotel management. I think as well, not only working with TIM, I think you need to at least work with the hotel owners as well, the hotels itself. You're looking at a person who came from a desk clerk to hotel manager. And so if, you know, and speaking about the scholarships, work with the hotels and see who you can promote within already there, and then have the scholarship and attend the classes or to get a certification program. Then you don't need to go to the full concept if you're at TIM, because all you're doing is you're going to be a scholar. And so I think having worked with the hotel people, the managers and the hoteliers, like the Hiltons, like the Marriotts, or whoever is here in Hawaii, you know, you already have people within the hotel itself with the property that can be promoted on a faster scale. So just to add to it.
The point we'll take in, I think the attempt here is to have HCA be more of a coordinating authority in this regard. And that's why this initiative is being fostered, because the hotels all have separate programs. They do mentoring, they do internships and the like.
Absolutely.
And so here's an opportunity now that's going to be driven by the state. And they'll be able to identify where the biggest needs are, and then we can target those schools and make sure the private industry is participating to provide those opportunities.
Well, my hope, and I've talked to the debate director about this before, is that we give so much money for marketing, yet HTA does not go and meet with the head of Hilton and the head of HTA to say, hey, in Hawaii, we don't want somebody that you're going to just transfer in. We want to make sure that it's going to be somebody local. So HTA should be leveraging its marketing dollars to make sure that we create these local pipelines.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And I think previous meeting we had with HDA, I believe, and I mentioned that I was at the Marriott at a conference at Waikoloa, and I met this young man behind the counter. So because I've been in the hotel business, started conversing, and he came from Texas, from another company, and he was there at the Marriott for training. So I asked him, so why are you here? Then he continued to talk, I'm, an intern here learning the management skills. Where are you going? Are you going to remain in Hawaii? He says, no, because our corporation is sending him back. So it cut, the same issue we're talking about,
Yeah.
promote within,
Yeah.
part
of the challenge is that, in a different time, there were a lot more local hotel owners.
exactly.
And so that's not the case anymore. So we need a different strategy on how we're going to get locals in the pipeline to manage these hotels.
And I think what is also happening is that we're working very closely with the Department of Education. In fact, because we didn't have state funding, HLTA partnered with CNHA to provide paid internship positions for high school students to be able to work at a hotel, at a visitor engine. We did it on Lanai, is what Senator DeCoit was referring to, and so forth. So this again will allow us not to wait till they're ready to go to college. We want to start them very early in the high school. Farrington doesn't have a hospitality academy, but I think Senator Kim is aware of the fact that they've done a great job of trying to do things with the hospitality industry. They don't have a full-fledged hospitality. They have fashion. The students already have internship positions with some hotels, with some businesses and the like. And so we don't want to wait necessarily for school doesn't have a hospitality academy, but we know that this is the industry that provides a lot of jobs. So if we can step in with a program that's ready to move forward with a previous track record, and more importantly, position them for jobs so that we don't always look at openings that people are going to come from outside of the state. They're going to come from home right here.
I should say that also it's to make aware of what are the additional positions or types of positions that are available that many skilled workers do not understand are actually in the visitor industry, such as revenue management, accounting, social media, development, that they don't understand that that actually is an important role within the visitor industry. And we've had many success in Ho'olina as well as in some of the local management training programs, such as the Kahala Hotel has both the GM has gone through a management training program, as well as we have a manager of sustainable tourism and generational mentoring. So they've been actually then developing and pulling in and hiring locals because they understand the process and the path that they have gone through and the need for the understanding of maintaining our brand.
Yeah, we have to be deliberate though, because this, unfortunately, it's not happening it's not happening organically or naturally. So
Yes, sure. And yes, we did have the conversation and thank you for that. And at a recent hotel roundtable meeting that I was at, which some of the people that were there are GMs and they're also ownership liaisons. So specifically, I talked about that. I said that, we need to make sure that through the different associations, whether it's the Hotel Alliance or the HLTA, that they reach out to young up and coming management trainees and give them the layout for the next path. So, but we do have already in the pipeline, people like Doug Chang, we have Kim Agas, who is an HTA board member as well, Keith Vieira, many people that have already went through and are local people born and raised, Elliott Mills. And they understood that message and they agree 100% that they need to do a better job at promoting local talent because nationwide throughout the industry, a lot of executives come from Hawaii. So
they can agree, they got to do it though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we will.
Okay, I had a question about the DMAPs. So I know the DMAPs are not part of your statutory mission yet. But can you provide us a list of accomplishments that were achieved since adopting the DMAPs?
So first to address the statement about not being yet. So we are working to introduce legislation to insert destination management and destination management action plan responsibilities and activities in this session, particularly because we know that traditional tourism is not always sustainable in the situation we have now. And you saw on the charts there,
yeah.
We need to work towards regenerative tourism and particular management of the destination as well. So some of the efforts that have happened over the 2.5 years of the DMAP programs. Much of the efforts have been working with communities and relevant county and state agencies to address hotspot issues. On Hawaii Island, we worked with the Pololu Valley Steward Pilot Program, provided startup funding, and now DLNR is continuing the program through their own funding. We did the Keaukaha Community Culture-Based Education Program, working to develop community-based stewards, and also that meet with visitors as they come to the beaches and also provide them cultural education and information about that site. We replaced deteriorating signage at Waipio Valley Lookout with more accurate historical and cultural information. We launched the Hawaii Island Community-Based Action Stewardship Program in 2023. That's in Kealakekua, as well as training programs in Punalu'u. On Maui, we started the East Maui Tourism Management Pilot Program for the Road to Hana. As everybody knows, we awarded funding to 3 East Maui-based nonprofits to execute a pilot program, to work with the East Maui Advisory Group to develop that program. The organizations will gather data, conduct resident satisfaction surveys. And we've also addressed hotspots that are managed in the East Maui hotspots, including Na'iili Haele Stream, Waikamoi, Kaihalu'u, Lulu, which is the Red Sand Beach. On Kauai, we developed and printed Haena State Park Playbook to provide more communication coordination efforts.
But
with
you
the
can send us that.
Okay, yeah,
I think what we want is a cost associated with that, and if there's anything
Yes.
ongoing. So if you have a MOA or some contract with a nonprofit, is it ongoing? I don't know what the ongoing costs
Okay,
are.
we can identify that, particularly, for example, the East Maui Tourism Management Pilot Program is just recently awarded, and it's an ongoing process. So we have both the costs.
So that was the first 2 years though, right? Because now that you have a contractor, how do you implement benchmarks, and how are the benchmarks met with the new contractor?
Okay, let me clarify. Oh, you're talking about CNHA and
Yeah.
Kilohana?
Yeah, so
So-
because you have the first 2 years, you didn't have a contractor, right? When they first developed them DMAPs.
We did. We have 4 positions through the Hawaii Visitors and Convention
They
Bureau.
handled it through
Those
the
are-
marketing contract.
No, they have a separate contract just for destination management. We hired through them. We have 4 on-island destination managers, as well as we're managing it with our own staff here through planning. And just to clarify, the CNHA contract, the Kilohana contract for destination stewardship, is not related to the destination management action plans. That contract is related to more of shifting tourism into a more regenerative state. Includes technical assistance, includes collaborative development, like many of these initiative and
Yeah, so there
programs.
was that strategy in some PowerPoint that was presented to the board that you could just share with us, or
Yes. The breakdown of what does the Kilohana contract.
you mentioned that there's a difference in the 2 contracts, right?
Yes.
So just trying to see the whole universe of where HTA is going. Is there some presentation that internally you provided to the board to explain this new strategy so that we can just, instead of you having to re-explain it, we can just take that?
Okay. We have that. We went through their budget and showed the different components. I can put that
Does
into
anybody has a
a
specific
chart.
question?
Yeah, I do. I'm glad you brought that up and, in line with staying in our lane. And let me just preference this because I know I might get criticized for saying this. However, when I was a tourism chair, I was the one that made sure we had a Hawaiian practitioner on the board and so forth. But how does, now that you have CHNA and the Kilohana, how does that relate to programs that are specifically relating that you have appear maybe separately on Hawaiian culture events, Hawaiian culture events, Hawaiian culture events? I'm looking at your contracts. Is that part of the CNHA contract, or is it separate from the CHNA contract?
So the CNHA contract is specific to technical assistance, providing technical assistance, developing new product experiences,
Is
managing.
it just Hawaiian product experiences?
No.
or-
broader. We are not hiring Kilohana only for Native Hawaiian cultural programs, though they have background and experience in the Native Hawaiian community. They were hired to manage in-community-based tourism programs. That's why we still have separate Hawaiian cultural programs with our cultural destination manager who has experience in Hawaiian culture, as well as our chief brand officer. So these are separate programs.
If you could break down the percentage as far as the focus has been on the Hawaiian cultural versus just tourism type, general overall tourism, because, you know, we have, and I don't believe we utilize OHA and the funding that we give them enough into supporting our Hawaiian community. And the last thing we want to do is make sure that we have a second entity like HTA, which is supposed to be on a more broader base. So I just want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind as we go forward.
Correct. For all of the awards that we've been doing and programs, we assure that there is a tourism nexus related to it. We do know that Hawaiian culture is a critical attribute of our brand. We all acknowledge that. That makes us different from other destinations and competitive destinations. In many times, we have to step in because we know it's critical to our industry and maybe not a priority from other departments. Most of our money is done through seed and startup, and then those community-based organizations would move into developing their own funding or work with other agencies going forward.
So can you just provide us with how that shift has been and what that percentage might be?
I can.
Wait, so you don't do repeat grants then?
We do repeat until we feel that if they can make a case that either they have still need the funding because of certain conditions or issues, or they have expanded what they're doing and increased it. We talked about, commercialization and readiness. So as long as they continue to expand or improve or add additional programs to them, we will continue to fund the programs.
Well, can we see that?
Sure.
That growth and that escalation? Because I know when I was tourism chair, they would just add on a small little bit. And it goes for years and years.
Yes.
So can you provide us with that historical, and we can see who's still on the, trough, so to speak?
Yes, provide that information.
So on table 4, how many employees do you have now?
Mr. Chairman, I just add something to what Senator Kim said. I think I know where she's going with this. Senator, I want you to know that the board has also expressed a similar sentiment. We will always emphasize the importance of our Native Hawaiian community and the like, but Hawaii is made up of many different ethnic groups. One of the concerns I've said, and the board agrees, and we've said to staff, the largest base of workers from an ethnic point of view in the visitors are the Filipinos. And so we have to make sure that we're reaching out to them, not just in Maui in this critical time, but throughout the state. So there are other ethnic groups alike. So I think your point is well taken, and that's been expressed to the staff as we go forward, that we want to help all groups.
Right.
Thank you.
How many employees do you have now?
So we have authorized 25 positions. We currently have vacancies of our one person in the planning. We have a vacancy for an assistant, administrative assistant. We have 2 vacancies in our brand management.
Okay, because I noticed on table 4, your original budget request was for 38 people and 69, almost 70 million. But the BNF chopped that down to 25 people and 60 million. But how does that, I thought I heard you say that there's going to be some transition from some of these destination managements from the contractor into HTA. So I don't know how that would affect that. And I don't know if you want to give a breakdown of the 60 and then what you would have been able to accomplish with the 69.
Okay. So first off, you are right. We had asked for the additional positions because I have mentioned, one, we are short in terms of our accounting and finance side, and we weren't able to do the encumbrances, and also we're short in the not having a staff for contract compliances and contract management, which was indicated by the auditor's report. So those are added in there.
So the 38 positions are all based on the auditor's report.
No, plus, and then the 5 positions that we wanted for the destination managers, we currently contract with HVCB Island chapters that we want to bring in-house so we have better control, as well as being state employees. They are able to be on the ground negotiating with agencies as opposed to just being contractors. They don't have the clout typically.
So the 3 for accounting, the 5 for destination management. This is above the 25, right? To get to the, okay.
I can read that to you right now.
No, the 5 is the position where you said on the HCVB.
No, you're gonna,
The destination
so
managers.
you're gonna cancel that contract and take it internal.
It ends at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, it ends naturally, yeah.
Naturally around August,
I
though.
thought that was CNHA's contract, destination market.
No, one is the
No, that's-
destination management, other is action plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, even.
That's
yes,
why,
kind
that's
of-
why I was like, you give
it's
us the
kind of-
whole
Yeah.
universe, but we can kind of understand this a little bit better, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah. Did-
so what's the, oh, well, what's the other, what's
Okay,
the other?
Let me,
5 for?
why don't I start from the top and then work my way through. So we're asking for a contracts manager as identified in the auditor's, a compliance officer identified through the auditor's report. And then administrative assistants, 3 additional administrative assistants in the compliance and accounting. We're asking for an HTA public government affairs, as mentioned, that we need to continue more communications.
Why can't you do that? Why do you need one communications person?
This is to support the one that originally that is currently there, our public affairs officer.
So you have one already.
HTA administrative assistant in the destination stewardship program, we're adding 2. And then the 5 destination managers, one on Maui, one on in Oahu, one on Kauai, one on Hawaii, and Molokai.
So if you don't get the 5 destination management, you have to continue the contract with HVCB.
Or we would put it back out to bid. Correct, or continue it, right?
So what the
Is it either or?
the inexpensive route is to
Take it in-house.
We actually, the funding source has changed. That contract is currently under Tourism Special Fund. Once funding is determined, then we would have to.
But the cost, no, I'm not talking.
The cost is actually not in our budget request, if that's what you're asking. If it's programmatic,
No, so if we were to consider some of the 38, if it's gonna save us money, going back to, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. If you're not gonna do the contract with HBCB to do the destination management, what?
DMAP, Destination Management Action.
And you're gonna take that in-house.
Correct.
If that's a better deal for us.
Correct.
Then that might be better for us to do in the long run instead of for you to continue the contract. And that's what I'm trying to kind of.
And that's
figure
our
out.
request for this fiscal year 25 budget, is to bring in-house those.
But that's not part of the 25. The 25 is
It's part of our
existing staff.
38.
But can we see that? Because
Yeah.
when you do benefits and all of that other stuff, when you bring in employees and you gotta pay for 50%, 60% of fringe benefits, what
Yeah,
is that cost?
you just,
It's not only a cost savings, but
oh,
also.
you
there's
map
more-
it out. You map the
Sure.
answer right now. Yeah,
Sure.
just map it out.
Okay.
And then that way we can see of the 38, what in the long run we would be saving if we ended up providing you some of your initial requests. That's what I'm trying to.
So Daniel, what is the difference between the 5 HCBB positions and then the island positions?
No, that is the one and the same, right?
Are you talking about the
No,
island,
it's not.
the island chapter?
You get the island
executive
chapter,
directors?
and then you listed 5 positions with HCVB for DMAP.
The 5 positions are the ones that are currently doing the destination management.
But I
There-
thought that was falling under HVCB. All the destination chapters are under HVCB, right?
So specifically for destination management, DMAP type programs, we have a full-time person that's assigned to those contracted through HBCB.
Yeah.
And
That's in addition to the original marketing contracts that HVCB and its
it's a
island
different, it's a
chapters
different
had.
contract.
So that's what the second contract is. I'm wondering, is it trying to figure out which you'll provide us, which is the less expensive route?
Mhm.
So those positions under HCVB, those guys are under the county.
No, those are,
They're under HCVB.
yes.
Then how come in the Maui case, they're falling under county?
Because there's, I think they're separate.
No, it's, I mean, county,
Sherry, why is Sherry?
so she is an employee of the Hawaii Visitors and Convention Bureau. She is the director of the island chapter, or the Maui Island chapter. That's not who we're talking about. We're talking about the positions, for example, Megan.
So why we need that other position if you get one county chapter and then you get the island representation?
So the island representation, the role is not to work on community-based tourism. Their role is to market the island, provide support to our marketers when they come to island, like providing FAMs, working with industry to do the marketing, connecting industry with our
Yeah.
in-market marketers.
That was the existing contract that was there forever.
Correct.
And then 2 years ago, they added a new component of destination management. And so that's why it's a separate contract. So the
What-
separate contract I'm trying to say is what we're kind of talking about. But I see your guys' point.
Yeah.
You're thinking it should be one and the same.
Why shouldn't?
Yeah,
it be
that's
public?
because
Because they had an existing
I
contract
know, but
already.
they could have.
But the contract went in, right?
Right, that contract was.
The
new.
contract went in, right?
Well, there's the
The
marketing.
destination management contract ends at the end of the fiscal year, well, into August. This
And
current
then
year.
who does
It's
who
usually
does it?
tourism special.
So if they
funds.
don't get the 5, they're gonna have to redo the second contract.
Correct.
Or you can amend the existing contract and include it in.
Yeah.
If we, to be honest,
Yeah.
because it's not in our budget, if we don't have the 5, we would either have to cut some of our other programs that we wanted to do.
Yeah. you could do
Because
that,
we were
yeah.
gonna fund it through real people, employees of the state, as opposed to hiring someone out.
Yeah, that's why if you can, like,
I'll do
Senator,
it, yes.
give us a breakdown, because in
Yeah.
that way we can
Our
analyze.
major programs. Okay.
Yeah, and then,
Is the contract.
yeah, and then I guess some of that is what, I mean, if the auditor is suggesting some of these positions so that you can get into compliance with the effect if you don't get it, because the governor only gave you the 25. And then it's a lump sum. You're asking for one lump sum to go into the base. So I don't know if you can explain to the committee the breakdown of the lump sum of the 70 versus the 60.
Sure, I can. So within the 60 that is suggested by the administration, we would call those the types of programs that includes our core function programs, which would be those such as our marketing, VASH, which is our visitor assistance programs.
Real quick though, if you just had to do big buckets of the 60,
Sure.
just real, and then they can ask
Okay,
more
so
specific
the
questions.
core is, say for example, 55 is our core, which is marketing, visitor assistance, major sports programs and workforce development. We add an additional 4 million to do destination management, evaluations of our programs, additional workforce development, and additional opportunity funds, like say sports, like LA Clippers or things that come up within the year. In the last 9 or 10 million that we're asking for, that we would call our recovery and stabilization, focusing particularly on Maui recovery and stabilizing the tourism industry right now because of what Dr. Tian had pointed out about the weakness in our source markets and in US, Canada, Japan, coming in 25. So those are things such as planning for new product development to encourage people to spend more by doing various activities. That's how we increase expenditures. And along opportunity funds, once the economic revitalization programs are started to be developed through DBED, we know in next year, there will be additional work that would be needed and supported in the tourism industry, such as supporting rebuilding of certain cultural areas, upgrading infrastructure in communities on Maui that need, say, bus turnaround areas and such, and working with the community to identify those programs issues.
Questions?
So not on that, but something else regarding.
So I got a question, we talked earlier about cultural, yeah. Mufi brought up Filipino culture. And I see the Filipino culture as huge in Maui. Are we considering also looking at the Filipino culture on the rebuild in Maui? Is that what you're alluding to in your budget?
In our overall budget, we have our community funding programs. The ones for our community events and experiences and our signature programs do not have, specific cultural, Hawaiian cultural requirements. And in fact, we look at all our multicultural attributes here in Hawaii as part of our strength. But in terms of what is going to be developed going forward, we are allowing the communities there, the county, as well as the DBED development group or economic development programs that will be happening to allow them to
I guess
determine.
what I'm asking is because, it's been brought to my attention that other ethnic backgrounds have been left out of tourism. So if I take a look at some of the grants that are there, the majority of those grants have not been dispersed ethnically fairly. So I guess my question is, what does it cost us to oversee the grants program by the financial department, or in this case, Isaac Choi's department, to oversee these smaller grants versus we lump summing some of these grants? And are these grants more warranted, or should they be placed in culture and the arts instead of tourism?
We can get back to you with costs.
I'm just curious because I know there's a lot of grants that are awarded, and the time involved on overseeing some of these grants, whether they make it to fruition or not, has been a huge concern of mine that inundates that office particularly. When we're asking where these grants are, how they've been executed, I'm more concerned at that level. Or do you award bigger grants into specific categories, whether it be ethnic backgrounds, whether it be events? Because I would think more on the level of, are we tourism doing events, or with tourism marketing it at that level?
So first off, in terms of the management and administration of those community funding programs and signature programs, that is a large portion of that Kilo Hana CNHA contract.
So Kilohana gonna be taking over all the grants from here on?
So
Is that what it
the
is?
administration of the program, the decision making and setting the criteria is done through HTA.
Who oversights the financial payouts? Will it be Kilohana or will it be HDA?
Both. We have our fiscal team. We actually have our fiscal officer that Alan Kishi that actually goes and visits Kilohana every day. We check their books. We give them guidelines to follow, and they have to report on monthly deliverables of how the money is distributed.
So I guess what I'm asking is, how much time is involved now oversighting Kilohana and all those contracts?
It's quite a large amount of time. However, if we don't have the staff internally, and the way we're structured at that point to manage these programs, as you had mentioned, it takes a lot of financial as well as contract management time and employees.
Because I'm kind of concerned about that on the position aspect.
Mhm.
It will take a lot of funding to have that department oversight, even if the contracts that were awarded to CNHA as well as HCBB and oversight, yeah. So that's kind of my concern on your request on the position as well.
Yeah, and we acknowledge that, and that's why we have asked for additional fiscal positions and contract compliance positions.
I mean, the governor didn't agree, so that's why I was just wondering what was cheaper. Yeah. Just trying to figure out what is cheaper.
Can I ask a clarification to your answer to one of Senator DeCoit's questions? You said that cultural events that is not specific to Hawaii, and yet three of them are right on here says Hawaiian culture events, Hawaiian culture events, Hawaiian culture events.
We also have others, Okinawan Festival.
No, but you told her that these events are not specifically Hawaiian. I'm just saying you have specific 1.5 million, 700,000. It specifically says community and culture, Hawaiian culture events. So it's just that your answer wasn't consistent to what's
I'm
here
sorry,
written.
that is for the Kulu'ola program, which is Hawaii. That specifically is a Hawaiian funding, but we have our signature and community programs that are not. And also the other one is the Kahu'aina, which is the environmental and natural resources. We do know
What is the kukulu?
Kulu'ola are those types of events or programs. Many of them are ongoing all-year programs to support cultural practitioners.
That's another 450.
And also, but I wanted to point out that the natural resources program, which is the Kahu'aina program, many of those who apply now are Native Hawaiian organizations because that's where the progress has been made in terms of managing and stewarding of Aina. I can show a breakout.
So we can see, because you have so many numbers going out in so many different ways. Do you have a Hawaiian translator on staff?
We have quite a few of our staff who are fluent in Native Hawaiian.
So do they
language.
write up the meeting agenda, they translate them all?
Yes, all done internally.
Do you have any other kind of translations in other languages?
For other languages, we rely on our,
No, is your agenda translated in any other language?
no, currently it's done in English and Hawaiian because those are the two recognized state languages. For any of our marketing and promotional materials, we rely on our
Agencies translate their meeting agendas into Hawaiian. Do you know?
I'm not aware of other, I'm sure there are other agencies. I'm not aware of which ones.
Can you
I
let us
can
know?
do the research.
Yeah, okay. And then finally, what percentage are you capped at your admin expenses?
So because of the Tourism Special Fund was repealed, there is no cap on administrative versus total operational costs any longer.
What was it before? 4.5%, 5%?
Okay.
Okay, so now there's none. So are you folks going over and above that 4 or 5%?
We are honestly higher, and as we have was identified in the auditor's report that we need more internal staff in order to accomplish those contract management, which was and fiscal issues that have been plaguing us for many years.
Okay, so your admin expenses far exceeds that 5% or 4%.
I can get you a calculation and send it
Yeah,
back.
and can you tell me also what percentage are you folks taking money from the convention center so that you, in the past, you wouldn't violate that 5% or 4%?
We do not do that in this budget. We have a separate budget item for operations of the Hawaii Tourism Authority and then the funding for the convention center and their operations is separate now. We do not
It was always separate, but what happened was when the cap was instituted, the way you got around that is they would say, oh, 20% of our time is spent on overseeing the convention center. So 20% of this executive salary is coming out of the convention center budget. So is that not done?
it's not done any longer.
You're not done anymore. I'm happy to hear it. But we need to put some kind of cap.
Do we have the breakdown? I'm not sure if of the 60.
I
Oh,
can,
we do. Okay, no, we have it. And then we have the breakdown of the original 70. Okay, and then do we have the differences, what they had to cut from the 70 to meet the 60? Okay,
So Chair,
let me
because
share that.
the statute was repealed, then any cap on admin expenses is gone. So now they have no cap. They can pay whatever they want. So we need to institute a cap.
Or you can, I mean, there's ways we could do it by program, within program ID or sub account or whatever the case, to limit, yeah.
Chair Dela Cruz, I'd like to ask that I submit a new, more detailed breakdown. We had a special board meeting
That's fine, yeah.
yesterday. That has, we rearranged some of it to align with what was asked about 60 and then 69.
That's fine.
Maybe the board
then-
can institute a cap.
Then I also like to answer the one question that was asked early on in this session. And that was the breakdown for the request for the Hawaii Convention Center budget. In the original, the 25 million that is there,
Is operating.
6.5 is for operations,
Okay.
1.3 is for sales and marketing, and 17.2 is for repair and maintenance. Our original ask was 14, which is only about 6.2 in repair and maintenance. We understand it's a 20-year-old building,
Yeah.
20-year plus building.
Yeah.
And the cost and repair and maintenance has continued to increase.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked for a large amount in the repair and maintenance.
So you still have a separate contract for conventions over 12 months?
Excuse me, could you repeat that again?
You have a separate contract? I didn't see that in here for marketing the convention center for 12 months and over?
So it is under what is stated as the Meetings and Convention MCI meets Hawaii contract. It's all in one. It includes both marketing the convention center and as well as single property marketing.
And how much was that for? I didn't see it on here. Global MCI. sorry.
Global MCI, yes, global MCI.
851.
Yeah. And then for this coming year, 5.5 million for this fiscal year ask.
Okay. Because we had bills to put it back.
Senator, I want to respond to one of your questions. So in the umbrella of DBED, all of the managers and departments were told that if there are expenses that exceed what was in the past, that they have to go through the approval process, which goes to the deputy and myself. So everyone in the room has been told that, and they have been following that. If they're
Not the
asking,
expenses as the salaries.
the
No,
salaries,
yeah.
specifically the salaries.
But her question is of the entire amount, what's the percentage going to administrative?
well, yeah,
So that's where the board,
The interim president and CEO will get that to you. But I just wanted you
No,
to know that you were talking about passing a bill with the ceiling. There is a ceiling, but it's not in a statute. We've made that very clear, and so.
no, that was an internal debate
Yeah,
mechanism.
and the
But
governor too.
but she asked, would the board implement something? You think, are you gonna?
Or if they don't, then we.
No, I just came into HTA in August and then just became chair in December. So I think many of the questions and concerns that you're raising is something that the board is aware of. And we're going to work with staff to address it. For example, we're known for our signature events. People apply for that. But I just discovered we had choke other funds there that are helping groups that are not necessarily seen in the signature events. And many of them are non-Hawaiian. So we have to do a better job of making sure we communicate it to the board as well as to you at the legislature so that you can see efforts are being made. There's an effort, for example, to try to bolster our sports activities and events. When you do clinics and taking advantage, whether it's basketball, volleyball, and other sports, you hit ethnic groups, especially if you go into different groups in areas that are represented by Filipinos or other ethnic groups and the like. So what this says to me today is that what you're saying is something also that the board feels very strongly about, and we'll work with our staff to make sure we address it to you and some of the things that we can do at our level. I think the fact that we are open and we're so supportive of codifying the destination stewardship aspect of HTA, I think will go a long way towards people not being as confused as much about what do you folks really do, or why aren't you staying in your lane and the like. So that's something that we would welcome support from the legislature.
Sure.
Senator Noy.
Okay, I noticed that the convention center on the special fund, you're increasing your ceiling, yeah?
Correct. We have currently in the.
Asking anyway.
Oh, yeah. Yes, because right now, we have no access to that enterprise special fund. It was left off of last year. So we're asking for the ceiling. The actual amount right now is 47 million in that fund available to use.
Yeah, last, it's just HTA.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
I don't look like one tourist, anyway. My question is, yeah, I'm all of that. Anyway, my question is, for the guys who manage the convention, they do they rent out the ballrooms and everything. I don't know what is the name of the group. Did we never entertain that, this company that's, renting out the rooms and I guess doing the kind of events and stuff there? Ever entertaining of them having one lease in taking the burden off of our falling apart convention and having them rejuvenate and redo? Because I heard that this company that does this meetings and set up for a convention, they're worldwide known in fixing and running conventions. But I guess they never have, I don't know, I never asked, have an opportunity of having a long-term lease and having the running of the place and doing the renovations, because this is something that's been going on since I've been here, and before Senator Kim asked for the cultural center on top of the roof, that probably would have saved all that money that was disapproved. Now the money is just to fix the roof. Her cultural center thing that she wanted to do up there was the same amount of money that would probably have saved us a lot of money today in going forward in fixing up the convention. Everybody telling us that the convention is falling down. So can we have a correct inventory of what is actually happening and how much it's going to cost the taxpayers to fix the convention? Because we're getting mixed signals in the community that they like the convention center to be taken down as it's a health hazard. So can you share with us about the mold, the other areas that is very dangerous to public access before we move forward in all these other stuff with agencies and bringing in other people for bringing money, whatever, for do what? If our convention center, you guys cannot sell it to have people to come and use it because half of the convention center is condemned. What is the sense of continuing to put into money that we're not getting back to us? You know what I mean? Because I heard a lot of conventions was canceled due to the facilities falling apart. The last big convention I think that they had there was the Lions Club convention internationally. And they had a lot of complaints of not even having able to get rooms and hotel rooms and accommodations. So I'm just saying, is this something that we just want to bite into, that right now we just gotta maybe let go because we cannot run them? Seems like we cannot as a state. We see our stadium, we see everything else just falling apart. Is this going to be another stadium?
Let me put in context our current plan for renovations of the roof. The project manager was selected, and now we are working on an architectural contract, which helps us design and identify what are the issues that need to be fixed. The construction contract, our goal is at the beginning of the next fiscal year to actually award the contract, and that's where the $64 million will start to be used.
Just for the roof.
That's just for the roof.
Yeah.
The roof repair section.
Yeah, that's why the rest of the operating is
Correct.
for the rest of the maintenance.
Correct. Rest of the maintenance, as many of you have gone on the tour and have seen the leaks on the planters on the side, the glass leakage, replacement of tiles and safety conditions. That's our request for the additional 25.
So who does that for you? DAX?
This is all handled through
Contract.
through the contract that we have with the convention center management company.
It would have cost us 65 million to have done the Hawaiian Museum and the roof had we done it when we supposed to have done it. And now it's only 60,000, so they'll just do that. Which is crazy.
So what is the company's name that's managing the community center?
Used to be SFG, I forgot the name.
Changing names. ASM is, but they recently got bought out, so this is still ASM.
The only reason why, I mean, it's a great facility because Campbell uses it every year, now way better than the stadium. The stadium used to charge a lot of money and no accommodations. This one get air conditioned, get good bathrooms and everything. But again, come back to the question, did you guys ever think about asking the guys who's managing it if they would want a long-term lease to fix the problems we'd have, that we wouldn't be able to going to the taxpayer? Did anybody even try to sit down with them to see what they could come up? Because I heard that they do world-class convention centers. So, I mean, it would be good to ask if there is a way of, I'm just worried about the taxpayers' money because, yeah, we're doing the repair. The building is 20 years old. But I know plenty of buildings that is 20 years old, still in good shape. This building was just bust up from the beginning. You know, don't we have any warranties on the roof or the glass or the people that put them in?
Years, I think.
You know, that kind of stuff. That's what I want to know.
Well, Senator, just so that you can be satisfied for this answer, the fact that the convention center now has a new management ownership group, we've asked them to come before the board
All right.
so we can ask the kind of questions. that
Oh,
we're
thank you. Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to, thank you.
Okay, I just want to clarify again. The 5 positions that you initially asked for, which were not approved on the destination management, that would be in lieu of continuing or having a new contract with HVCB on destination management.
Correct.
So you asking for the 5 positions for the island and the other 5 for HCBB?
No, it's one or the other.
I think you are asking about the island chapter director.
There's 2
Yes, so-
separate ones.
Okay, so we do have a
Chapter
completely
5.
separate contract
Yes.
for the island chapters.
Contract, but if they still want the position.
No, so there was, okay, let me just talk it out. Okay, there was the original contract before even this whole destination management came about
Right.
that HDA had with HVCB. HVCB had subcontractors or affiliates or whatever you call them for each island. So that was already in place. And then when HTA started doing destination management, they had a separate contract only for destination management. So this is in lieu of the separate contract, not the original marketing contract.
No, it's one of the stages.
So the.
No, it's 2
The
contracts.
question is, you
No, the
guys
contract with
wanting all
HVCB.
those positions, right?
And now if that ends, then they're gonna have to. do
In
separate.
this year, for
No.
this fiscal year budget request, we only are requesting for those 5 destination managers. So the ones
Okay,
who work on DMAP,
But
maybe in the future,
the DMAP contract ends in August, right? You said,
correct.
but not the overall marketing contract with
We
HVCB.
recently awarded our island chapters, or what we call our island destination brand management and marketing contract.
And when does that end?
So we just renewed it at the end of last
Yeah,
year.
see, so that will still stay in place.
Yeah, but that doesn't include.
Those are all your island
No, yeah,
vendors.
separate.
Yeah,
So I'm just saying the 5 destination management guys would be the,
In that contract.
that contract,
Yeah,
yeah. So it's
They
either
are
the
responsible
contract,
for marketing
Yes.
and brand
Yeah.
management.
Yeah.
They are
He's
not
messing it
responsible
up.
for
The
destiny.
more
Yeah.
you say, the more confusing.
Oh, okay, so
No, but in addition, he
Yeah.
added 5 others.
Yeah.
For individual island chapters, right? 5 other people, see?
Yeah.
That's so it's 10.
That's
no, no. No.
5 is for the destination.
No, you're not, the island chapter EDs, they're gonna stay there. Correct. They're not coming over to each.
No, but he want that 5
Yeah, he wants
positions.
that 5 positions.
Yeah, he wants that 5.
The
No,
destination management.
This year,
Yeah.
So that's, you said earlier that was Megan's position, right?
correct.
You guys want that position, correct?
Right.
Okay. So those are 5, and then you guys want the 5 island-wide positions too, right?
No,
The destination manager.
Says it right here.
no, the island chapter guys, no.
It says it right here inside the breakout. That's why I asked for the breakout.
My understanding is there's 10 positions, 5 for the destination manager,
No, I
5
think
for the
it's-
island chapter.
Chapter positions coming under HVCB.
Yeah.
That's not something that we want. We're talking about those at HVCB that we're doing destination management. Those are the positions we're talking about.
So like 5, right? There's 5 there,
Correct,
which Megan is one of those 5 that fall on there as well as the other ones, right?
yes.
And then 5 for the islands, right? 5 under.
Well, no,
break
4
out
counties.
For the 5 for the counties.
The destin,
We are not asking for the island chapter positions or the contract.
no, so this is HTA destination manager.
Right, those are the ones that are currently doing DMAPs right now,
Which you have a budgeted line item for.
right here, right, request positions.
Yeah,
Yes.
request.
Okay.
5.
So you requested that.
Yeah,
But-
but so they're requesting that 5 so that they don't have to continue the contract with HBCB to have those
For
5
those
people.
destination
Yeah,
management
yeah.
So you guys
And-
cut that loose.
It ends
No,
in August.
It is in August.
And it's all, and then it will not be asked to be re-upped again.
It will if they are positioned.
Under HTA.
So the 5 island chapter can separate, not
So
the
it's either
destination
or.
market.
Either we do the
Is
5 or they're
existing
gonna
now
do a new
With
contract.
HVCB, and
Yeah.
you're not asking for positions for that.
No, but just to
So
be,
you're doing away with those positions?
no,
No, it's embedded in the HVCB.
Yeah, that, because you're already existing, so we're not touching it. Yeah,
so.
right?
So August it'll expire and then you guys not coming back for those positions.
And no,
They
it's
are
not a
coming
position.
Those are
It's a
contracts.
I mean, okay,
Contract.
So
Contract.
if it, but the contract funds the damn position, correct?
Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
So, running down, Peter, I'm just saying, that contract is money that you guys asked for the position.
Yeah.
Period.
No.
No, the contract has positions in it.
Right, well, the
Yeah,
contract,
so that's why,
they decided how many
Yeah.
positions, and they're saying, in order to contract the same amount of work, we need 5 positions in DBED to do
Correct.
that.
Senators, just to add some clarity, is
Wow.
those 5
Don't
designated.
make it more
I'm trying to make
confusing.
it easier.
Okay,
So
okay, let's see if
those
you
5
can be
positions
successful.
are and in the KVB, MBB offices in the counties. So they work for Sukanoho. They work in that office.
And you're not
Correct.
gonna do away with it because we
There-
need our
HTA is proposing to
HVCB
take
present
those
on Big
positions
Island.
And put it under
Okay.
HTA,
The
not
office-
HVCB.
Correct, the offices
Yeah.
do not disappear, just those people, since the contract ends.
You're not
But
gonna
we
get
want them
rid
to
of
be
people.
state employees because we feel it's much more important that state employees be involved in the decision making for the
But then you
destination.
gotta
management
pay them all
plans.
the fringe.
So, but
which is.
But they're
fine,
gonna
because
pencil that out
it's
for
not-
us.
Right.
They're gonna pencil it out.
But just full disclosure, I'm sure the VBs are not gonna be saying, oh yeah, go ahead, do that. I'm sure
So,
Sukanoho is
yeah,
gonna
so what
text
about the
us.
fringe? and-
Yeah, because then you guys have no fringe listed on the here. So,
The salaries.
so I, like,
No, yeah, we'll get that.
so anyway,
Yeah, we'll get you the
Okay.
numbers.
I just.
Okay, no.
Okay,
Okay.
can I ask a question about the CEO? You still haven't hired, right? The board hasn't hired a new CEO.
Yes, we have not hired a CEO. That's correct.
So when do you plan to hire?
Well, our priority is that we need to fill the brand marketing manager position. We've had one individual do both jobs. So he is now doing destination stewardship. We want to go out as soon as we can.
What's the salary for that position?
The salary now, it was at 175. We're asking that to go to 225
So 225,000?
for a brand marketing manager.
No, for the CEO.
The CEO, in the budget, it shows that, we would like to hire someone for 300,000.
300,000. And
So this was based on a study that was done by board member Mike White, who looked at what comparable salaries are being paid for CEOs and brand marketing people throughout the country. Past CEO was getting
Most recent 225.
no, the CEO.
Oh.
It was 250.
250, sorry. 250.
And you're the acting CEO?
I am the interim CEO acting. I am still in my position as the chief administrative officer.
And your salary is?
172.
Oh, so you're underpaid then?
She doesn't say that often.
There's a-
That's amazing.
The question is too.
It's just based on the numbers he gave me.
Okay.
We're doing that. I didn't say that.
So the brand marketing manager would be paid 175. That's why we thought we'd make it at
And
220.
300,000 for the CEO.
Yes.
And the brand marketing manager now is being paid what you said?
Well, right now it shows at 175, 172. So we are requesting that it go to 225. So we can be competitive. It's still far below what others are paying throughout the nation.
I know, but I bet you if you go out locally, you get a lot of people at the lower rate. Right?
You gotta get their interest.
Well, you want them qualified. You want qualified.
And we also talked about your favorite subject.
I didn't know I had one.
Yeah, which is telework.
No, yeah, we were, I said, try saving the best for last. No, okay, wait, let me have some easy ones, hopefully. So HTDC. Thank you. HTDC. Who's it? Oh,
We only take a short break now.
I might call you back.
I think he left.
No, he's,
Yeah.
no, go on the other side.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I noticed in your guys' budget, there's nothing for manufacturing assistance, accelerator program. And that's not part of the list of the governor's package.
Yeah, it wasn't, it was originally in the governor's budget, but BNF had taken that out. So currently there is nothing in the budget, the governor's budget.
Okay, so but then what about the package of bills?
So the bills, we're hoping that our constituents would apply for a bill so that we can get that reinstated through a bill.
Okay. I think at some point, the board and the department have to have a much larger conversation, because in conversations with the subject matter chair, the individual grants, I was trying to look at the press release that you guys had sent out. It was $1 million, and for 7 of the companies were new companies,
Yes,
right? But the rest were repeat customers or repeat awardees.
that is correct.
So some of those monies, going back to what DBED presented in these regional economic development centers, wouldn't the money be better to buy equipment that the state could toll instead of us giving the money to individuals that other state new startups won't have access to?
Yeah, I think those are possible options that we can take a look at. So part of what we're doing right now is to revisit these grant programs to make sure that we are getting the return on investment for the state of Hawaii. So currently within this new grant period, we are looking at the return on investments of these programs. So working with the director's office to realign some of these programs again. So it isn't.
How many of those companies were starting up here and then they left? And we're not sure what they did with the equipment or.
There's a handful, there's not a lot. I mean, there were 1 or 2 that were not able to make it through the COVID pandemic. So some of them had to close, but
Did you get the equipment back?
if it's after 2 years, no. The way the statute is written or the administrative rules after 2 years, it's not. It's not
Okay,
good.
I just think that that seems like it could be counterproductive from what he's trying to help many people versus just helping and funding equipment for companies that no one else might have access to.
That's correct.
So I'm not sure if you guys want to have that discussion at some point, but if there's a bill, then we're gonna have to have this conversation again. So hopefully you have this discussion sooner, so that we can have one position.
Understood. Thank you, Senator.
So the budget was amended, as you know, when I went to the governor, and Deputy Wicker worked very hard with Wayne and others because we understand how important it is. But a decision was made that this is the supplemental year, and then we'll regroup and come up with a plan to present to the governor for next year's budget. Or if we have advocates, then we have advocates in the building.
Yeah. Well, you should have advocates then.
He thought he had.
Sometimes. Sometimes.
Any questions for HDDC?
Yes, in the presentation on the Kalailoa
Oh, no, the
projects.
HTDC. We're going, we're going HTDC.
Oh, that's,
Yeah, sorry.
okay,
Any more for
I get
HTDC?
them confused.
okay.
All the ages.
Okay, if not, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, HCDA.
I thought I saw.
Yeah, he's coming. He's in the
the-
back. Yeah.
Oh, Greg, he's here.
Maybe Senator Kim was right, like 7 p.m.
Oh, is that what your forecast?
I told him we should. schedule for-
Why we get the whole day?
No, shoot.
And that we're gonna bring us dinner, was that?
Senator Noy.
In the presentation at Kalailoa, the recommendation is for a land purchase. That there was the lands connecting to the project right now that's available. Where is it at and who owns the property?
So that property is owned by Hunt Development Corporation.
How many acres?
It's, I think it's about 3 acres or so.
How many acres?
3 acres, 3 acres, and it's about 3 acres, Senator, and it is on the market. It is available. It's located near the Kalailoa Airport, actually next to the current film studio.
So if you purchase it, then it's going to be an adjacent connecting building to what?
Well, so right now, the current film studio
Oh, okay.
is on a month-to-month, actually less than a month-to-month lease with the Navy. Since 2021, it has been on a month-to-month. We have been trying to work with the Navy to get a longer-term license for that. We just made some contact with NAVFAC and the military command about a few weeks ago. And I think they're ready to extend the license term.
Well, that's kind of interesting because most of the Kalailoa lands were given to the state, right? From the military, from the army portion, but I didn't realize that the Navy also owned part of some lands around there. So
They still do own some lands. There's some other lands that the Navy still owns down by the ocean side. It's called the Northern Ski, Southern Ski,
Makai side.
and Orty Pond. So what we're trying to do with the Navy and with the existing film studio to kind of working with Deputy Director, with Georgia and Rick and working with the Navy is to speed up the process. They need to do a fair market rent appraisal. For the Navy, they told us it's gonna take about 5 to 6 months. So we've offered to work with their NAVFAC facility folks and do the appraisal, the fair market rent appraisal. We can do it in about a month or so with the agreed upon scope. And then we can move this process along quickly.
Okay, so in that region on the Mauka side where the 3 acres are, do they own any other lands up there?
Hunt.
No, the Navy,
Um,
on the portion where you are on a month to month.
they may own a few parcels. They may own a few parcels still yet.
Okay, that's kind of unfortunate, yeah. That's kind of unfortunate because,
Yeah.
you know, with the Navy and what they're asking the state for other things, you know, it's too bad that they won't give
Yeah,
us
somebody
to
to
the
contract.
state, you know, the portion where so the film studio is how many acres? Your month to month lease?
41.
Yeah. Maybe, Craig, we should talk story about making the deals and have them transfer that lands to the state. But I can see where if you need 3 acres and that's available, that would be a good purchase. Because we can't do anything with private sector, so.
In the conversations we've had recently with the Navy, so we talked about 2 things. One was with the Navy parcel is two tracks. One is, let's try to extend the term of that license to 5 or 6 years in the immediate term. Because without that kind of length of term, no production company is going to be willing to put money, invest money into it.
Absolutely. That's the same problem we have with DLNR lands on a month to month that I've been trying to take away the month to month rents and go to a long-term, business arrangement like our industrial area in Big Island in Hilo that I've been fighting for the last 20 years. So month to month is not, you can't get your financing to make improvements.
That's correct.
Yeah.
The second track we're working on, Senator, with that parcel is to try to work with the Navy for some kind of ultimate disposition. I mean, that's really the ultimate goal, is to get a disposition of that property to the state.
Sure.
I think the Navy is receptive to that idea of conveying it to disposing it to the state. If we can do, they've mentioned an exchange of lands. If we can do an exchange of lands with the Navy, that might move the disposition up faster.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's the things that I think this is top
I
of.
think you
this is
should
top of
work on
mind.
it and talk to the AG, talk to the governor, because now on the Mackay lands that they own as well, are they doing much improvements or developing?
So those Mackay lands that I refer to as Ori Pond lots, the northern skeet and the southern skeet, for many years, the Navy has been trying to dispose of those. Those were destined to come to us, the HCDA, as in a disposition. DHHL recently had an interest in those, but they've since sort of declined and do not have an interest in those lots. It's really on me, Senator, or the agency, to decide whether we want to accept those lots. There's two issues with the lots. One, there are some hazardous materials that,
On the Mackay side,
hazardous materials.
but not on the
The
Malta
old
side.
racetrack, what are you talking about? The old racetrack?
Yeah, I know where the red strap, yeah, I know where
Not the
that
one in
is.
Campbell, no, the one in Barber Spring.
Oh, okay.
That's the property he's talking about that belongs to Hawaiian Homes and want to give them to HCDA. But the
Okay.
problem is the city has 280 acres that the Navy wants to give to them. All they have to do is sign off and it would go to HCDA.
Yeah, yeah.
They're the next agency in the line. But the city and the Navy cannot come up with them.
Oh,
We shouldn't
okay.
even be trading with the Navy. The Navy should give it to us
Exactly.
with all what we give to the Navy.
That's where I'm at. So,
Wrong channel.
Draft that.
yeah, so maybe you should consider getting rid of the
Maybe
month to month
Draft
and,
a resolution.
but the 3 acres, I agree. I think it's, we can do much with that. We gotta buy it, but I think if, to extend the film industry, I think, if it's available, you may as well pick it up.
That's been top of mind for deputy director and director too.
But that's not in the budget this year because you don't know what the market price is, right?
So then, because of
That's with Hunt.
being considerate of the Maui wildfire and the budget process, it wasn't put into this
Oh, okay.
supplemental budget, but we can revisit it unless there's support from the legislature to.
Well, another thing too is Hunt is developing a lot of housing and we got a lot of state land in the state, so we probably could work out something as well.
You know what the sad part that I talked this to deputy director already, yeah? This whole thing started with Senator Inouye making a deal with Hunt.
The senior senator, the late senator, right?
Not you, no, sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't make deals.
Yeah, the guy in Congress, the guy was up in Congress. So the bottom line is that Hunt made more than enough, billions off of the land. You know, the reason why I'm afraid of this deputy is that Hunt is gonna leverage this to make money because they're thinking the state get deep pockets and everybody in the state knows how much we want the film industry. So Hunt has all of these provisions from the state and the city. None of that is leveraged in the development going out there in Kalaeloa.
Senator, they're still building.
Yeah, I know.
They need permits.
Yeah.
What we gonna do with permits, okay.
Okay, I thought you said you don't make deals.
I'll make the deal for you. I'll make the deal for you.
You're on my committee. Okay.
Okay, I wanted to just quickly go over table 21, since I'll just pick on you since you're there. I noticed the authorized amount of the salary. Some people have gotten increases and some are collective bargaining increase, so that it is what it is, but others are just
Bonus.
ED, others have big bonuses, not as yours is, you just have what? You have about HCA has what, 4 or 5?
Yeah, I can explain. So,
What table
Well, I
is this
just-
you're looking at? 21?
21, yeah,
Okay.
page 186 for us,
Right.
but it starts on page 184.
Okay.
What do you, the collective bargaining, that's its own mechanism, but how do you proceed with those that are not included in the collective bargaining?
Okay.
Like through what matrix, benchmarks, what's the process? Who does it have to get approval from?
So I can provide some background and context, Senator. So there, on that table 21, there are 5 positions there where indicates that the salary was determined by the executive director. 1, 2, 3 of those were new hires. So these were positions that were vacant that we filled. And in order to really be competitive in the market versus the private sector, we set the salaries for those at that rate to be competitive with the private sector market. And these are people in planning, people in the planning and development area, and then in capital improvements. So
So when you go outside the allotted amount, what's the process? You have to, the board, or does the director, who has to approve all that?
So I approve the salaries because the board, the HCD board is responsible for hiring and firing me. And then I am responsible for hiring staff.
Okay, no, but you're an attached agency.
Yep.
So does that at least have to go through the DBED director or this?
It does go through the DBED director.
Where does the money come from?
I'm sorry.
Where does the additional funds come from?
These are funds from either general funds, they're general funded positions, or there's special funded
I
positions.
know, but
The difference.
yeah, the difference that you're paying additional, the monies that we appropriated was for that particular amount, but you're paying over that amount, correct?
Right, but it doesn't exceed sort of the budget ceiling for
Yeah,
them.
but where does it come? Does it come from another position that you left vacant?
Or current expenses?
So it doesn't come from any other position. This comes from current,
What?
it just comes taken from current position, current expenses.
So here you have an OCE account. You have current expenses.
Yeah.
Is that special funded or is it?
So those,
Some of these are
General
general
fund.
funded
but
positions.
weren't those current expenses for specific things that you said you needed? But all of a sudden you don't need it, so you can use it for additional salaries? Is that
Oh,
what you're doing?
we're using it, we are using it, Senator, to bring on people that we need to do the projects.
It's not the question. The question is, you have a position, X amount salaries, right? Then you have expenses, which you ask for separately. And you make all of your what is it? Reasoning why you need all of this stuff, right? And you say, we need $10 million, let's say. So we give you 10 million for expenses. Now all of a sudden, of the 10 million, you take up 2 million and you pay for salaries? Is that what you're doing?
Well, it's, again, we're trying to.
Yes or no? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, we're saying this is the amount we need to bring these people on and be
But
competitive.
that's not what you told us when you asked for the 10 million. When you asked for the expenses, you said you need this for expenses. You already had salaries, right? So all of a sudden now you don't need those monies for expenses and you're taking it and using for salaries. So we can cut your expenses next year because you didn't need that. Right? It's like a slush fund. You get extra money so you can use it to put in for more positions.
Yeah, it's not a slush fund, Senator.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah,
Maybe that's not the right
Yeah.
word, but obviously it's some fund, you have extra money. And that's our problem with all the agencies, is they have this area where they have extra monies that we don't know about. And all of a sudden, they don't want money, but then somehow to pay more, you guys find the money.
These are, one is a special funded, position, one is
That's
a.
not the question. The
Yeah.
question is where the money comes from and
Well-
Just to add too, this legislature gave you some work to do. We gave you more projects. Right? Like the Banyan Drive. So we gave you the operations to manage that without giving you the bodies
Well,
as well.
No,
So
but you still gotta figure out where you're gonna get the money to pay the increase, increase.
yeah.
But
and the increases as well, I guess.
so that's what I was trying to figure out. What's the process and who oversees getting to that point?
yeah, it's a process that, it's with me and
But for DBED, is it consistent across the board? Because if you look at table 21, it seems like this is a common practice for this department. I mean, it's not a trick question. I don't know. I don't know.
If HR rules.
It's the same, we'll get back to you, but we'll make sure that we have all of the answers to.
No, yeah, so I don't know if you guys want to talk about having a consistent process throughout the department as these things come about.
We do.
Versus it seems it's arbitrary to some extent.
no,
No, I'm talking about the overall department.
Okay.
Because your process might be different than HHFTC, might be different than, it's all, and that's what I'm gathering when I'm looking at the chart. There's no consistency in how this is happening.
I'm gonna ask my chief financial officer, Garrett Sasaki, to come up and for them.
So just to clarify, all of our position salaries are under the budget ceiling. Line by line, there were some where maybe someone left a position and it was vacant for a year, so we didn't increase the budget amount for that single position, but overall, we're under our budget ceiling.
Which is the point I tried to make. You're taking money from vacant positions that you didn't fill. And now that salary is moved over. You're still in your overall salary, but that position now.
No, it's coming from like the CB line or a different line
But it's
within
the
our
same
budget.
process where maybe you hired someone, let's say it's not vacant, but you didn't pay them as much. You still got savings that you're taking
Right, you
for
still
another
do that.
position. It doesn't matter if it's vacant or filled, but you're not using the entire amount allocated for that one position.
Yes, but right now we're fully funded. We are under the budget ceiling. So, we're not overspending.
And yet that's not, I don't think anybody's saying that. We just want to try to follow the money, that's all.
Senator, the reason for the pause when you asked me the question is we talked about vacancies, we talked about overtime, we talked about travel, but I specifically did not ask that question about if departments utilize salary savings to increase in other positions. And so.
Or how, if you have a consistent process, at least we can kind of get that,
come up
but.
With a consistent process, but I take the responsibility that we did not talk about that. Yeah, and we will.
Because we have a lot of agencies that have vacancies and positions that are unfunded because they've taken the money.
Yeah.
And use it to fund or add to salaries for other positions. That is over and above what's the stated salary.
Yeah.
So whether it's savings or not, because if you don't spend the money, then the money goes back to the general fund. So what you do
Yeah.
is then you try to use all the money.
Yeah.
And then nothing goes back to the general fund. But that's not what it's supposed to happen.
And the increases could be warranted. We're not at that point where we're saying that it's not, we're just trying to look at the table to figure, okay, then where did the difference come from? And what was the process to allow the transfer? Yeah, so you don't have to get defensive, like, oh, but I need this person and. Yeah, that's not what we're asking. We're looking to follow how it.
We'll get back, get where.
It's just hard to follow when everyone's doing a different process. You had a question, right?
On the bonuses, yeah, how do you guys determine bonuses? I didn't know we pay bonuses.
So these are not bonuses,
No,
Senator.
that's not, wait, again.
No, maybe
It
not
says-
yours.
It says bonus on here, maybe not yours, but it says.
What was the
bonus,
program ID on that?
Bonus, tourism. The one to-
Oh, good thing Isaac's still here. Oh, oh.
I told you you'd be back.
Are we finished?
Oh, you didn't get one, so you're not coming up.
You get a bonus?
Oh.
You're getting a bonus.
So there are 3 positions that in their employment contracts have a bonus written into the employment contract. That's the CAO, the CBO, the brand officer, and then the public affairs officer. The bonus in those existing contracts are 5% of their existing salary, determined at the end of the year if they made their specific goals or performance measures that are set by the CEO at the beginning of the year.
So that only the CEO determines that, and not the board approve the bonus? They just approve the initial contract?
Correct.
So these are not state employees with fringe benefit. These are just contract.
No, these are state employees with benefits.
And they're
And
getting a
fringe.
bonus.
That's how the contracts are written.
But I was under the understanding that if you work for the state and you're an employee, you don't get a separate contract. You're on salary and you don't get a bonus. If
In
you want a bonus, then like when we used to hire the HTA CO, we'd hire them on contract and we don't pay it fringe because they're on contract. And then if you want to put a bonus in there, then that's a contract. But for a regular salary employee, there's no such thing as a bonus. Am I wrong?
the CEO does not receive a bonus as you in its current contract. The past CEOs in its current contract did not receive a bonus. And it does, that CEO position as written by statute does not receive retirement benefits, right? Fringe
But they could
benefits.
get a bonus if in
Correct.
fact the board so choose.
Right. Those 3 contracts have been reviewed by the AG and were signed off by the AG.
So that doesn't necessarily make it right. Isaac, you're smiling. Why are you smiling?
We're getting a bonus this one.
No, then everybody, why didn't everybody get a bonus then?
So, Senator, I will answer the question. I was made aware of it. And I asked the same question. How am I going to explain that to you?
We have vacancies.
You have the vacancy list, but we're trying to fill them. And it was, and I read the contracts, it was in the contract and, you know, maybe at the time deservingly so, but you know, when everything else happened and following exactly what you said about, you know, how do I explain that to the other managers of other departments? that-
Yeah.
The
And
HTA
I
director
did-
of planning don't get a bonus.
I did have the conversation with executive director and president at the time. I said, I cannot sign off on this because we're gonna get it. And that's just
Why,
because
why would you have signing authority on this situation, but not HCDA's?
we do, everything comes to us.
So all of these ones on the chart you signed off on?
Not yet. I didn't see any bonus that came.
No, I'm talking about the page.
So the
differential.
HCDA's,
Yeah.
as they were delegated to me, I did at the time. And I had the conversation with the program managers to break the habit of OCE and salary savings just because of this situation.
But then you
Because at
signed
the
off
buck
on it.
stops, we went back and forth and also told them to stay within the BJ tables. Yes, Senator.
So what's gonna happen in the future? I mean, because then every employee gonna demand or should get a contract then. Right?
Not the contract, the HCD, I'm talking specifically
No,
about.
But I'm talking about if in fact any employee who's an employee with fringe gets a bonus via a contract, then every employee should get a contract, right?
I
All you
can't-
guys who know more bonuses and contract? Yes.
I can assure you, Senator, that I'm not gonna sign off on that. I might you know, people might be pissed off with me, but I understand the decisions that we make affect everybody else sitting in this room. So I was not, I knew about the bonus after I started. And so, you know, it happened before, but I cannot explain that to the rest of the team members that work equally as hard that, oh, well, we're gonna favor some, or we're gonna reward some, and we're not gonna reward you. I cannot explain that to the other agents.
Because they don't gain their goals by themselves. Their team makes the goals, and the
Yes.
team includes all of the members. And so they don't get a bonus, the whole team don't get a bonus, I mean, the head guy gets the bonus, then maybe the lower guy's not gonna work as hard next time.
And Senator, as soon as I found out, I went to Daniel and I told him, Daniel, I cannot do this.
Correct. And the director does have the signing authority because if a lump sum payment is awarded through the contract, we submit the request and then
But the judgment should be resting with you guys who come up with the bonus. Shouldn't even be coming up with this kind of stuff.
Well,
So-
somebody signed off with it because you also have a representative of the Attorney General in HDA, right? So somebody approved
But
it.
you know what the AG tells us? We don't approve the substance, we approve the form. They always tell us that. Whenever we
Yeah.
question these kinds of things, they say we only approve the form and not the substance. They leave the substance up to you guys.
So the rest of the agencies, so just HCDA you signed off, HTA you have signed, but the rest, what about HTDC?
I didn't sign up.
No, well, what I mean by that is you have the signing authority. You have the final approval.
Yes,
So what about HTDC? You have final approval. So all of them you have final.
everyone.
So why does?
Because some have,
The boards will vote on the increase and we still have to sign, it still comes through for signing.
but at that
Board
point, is it just administrative or
It's a
do you have?
formality.
So how much of this is formality that you had to sign versus you had?
Well, When it
authority.
says a bonus of so and so percent, that's different than a increase.
Yeah, like, no, for HTDC, let's just say that there's one that had a 10%, the 10% increase. So is that something you guys,
Which was that?
HTDC,
Yes, that comes.
the chief financial officer, right?
Yes,
Well, it sounds like you guys are talking about it.
yes.
Oh, not talking about it, we acted on it, most of it. But I mean, everybody's sitting in the back now there and we said to everybody, this is gonna come up. You guys are very particular when you look at the budget. And they, you know, all the department heads understood that. This is gonna-
When is the contract up for those?
To retire.
Is it a yearly?
It's yearly.
yearly,
Yeah.
yearly review.
Yeah, it's a yearly process.
So it's
but
that time again?
it was
No, not
time
that. It would be
again-
fiscal year for us.
What
it
what
was
is
time
that?
Again in July.
What is the
Oh, no,
MEP?
sorry.
MEP Center? MEP Center?
NEP Center, that's
Federal program, federal manufacturing.
Because that got a 25% increase.
that's on federal funds.
All right.
But the
I
date,
think we need a.
but those dates, actually,
We need a deal.
Anyway,
If you disagree and you don't sign off,
I think we're in the
and
wrong
the AG
business.
sign off,
They cannot-
they cannot, just you would have the final say on.
I don't wanna say just me because it goes through the process, but before it goes to budget and finance and the governor, you haven't basically the governor, but before it goes there, I know. It's not me, then it's.
So if you say no and you don't sign, they don't give an increase.
Okay, the specific example of HTA, they didn't get it. They didn't get the bonus
But why is it on this list?
because it's in the contract, but
It's eligible for a bonus. It
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get them.
they didn't.
but these other one, the salary increases, they occurred.
Yeah.
We used said HTBC.
Yeah, all of the-
federal
yeah.
position.
But the scary thing about that, and some senators have brought this up, is when that federal fund ends, then you know, the agency is gonna come back, like Office of Planning, I think is, they want, so now they use the reasoning of the federal fund, so, you know, it doesn't affect the state, then when the federal fund ends, now we gotta get general fund to pay that higher salary.
That's how they
And
do it.
on the three positions that you're talking about for Office of Planning, because of a lot of the stuff that we're asking them to do now, they started with SEDS and other stuff from the federal government. And I've been criticized before, but it's not the warm body syndrome for us just because the position is there. The work and the Office of Planning is immense now, especially with a lot of the stuff that's happening in Maui. So the deputy and I met specifically about those three positions and talked about it. And I feel comfortable sitting here saying that they need those positions. If you don't approve it, then that's a whole nother thing. But we went project by project. We meet with them often doing the flyers. They were very, very instrumental in getting the work that needed to be done. So I'm comfortable in the decision of putting the three positions in the budget. Again, if it doesn't happen, then, it doesn't happen, but I can sit here right now and say that it's not a warm body syndrome. We went through this, at length. Specifically on.
What will their duties be after the Lahaina fire issue is over?
I think that will be.
No, what would the duties be if you're only, if they're being hired for this particular?
Not only
thing?
for Lahaina, I'll have Mary Alice come up, but, not only for Lahaina, so Mary Alice.
No, but what I'm saying that is you brought that up as a thing. Yeah, that's, something that we all have, feel badly about and want to take care of. But when that is over, what are the duties that, require this kind of bonuses?
Oh, I'm not talking about the bonus. I'm talking about the position. I think the bonus is clear. I made that very clear.
You made that, but
Mary
you're not gonna be there forever, right? So I think what I'm saying is that maybe this body should look at doing some kind of legislation that says you cannot do bonuses. Because we have no control of the budget when you guys do that.
We don't do bonuses, Senator.
Why are we talking about bonuses then?
Because HDA provides.
HDA.
No.
Office
I
of
don't-
Yeah,
Planning.
the rest is table 21 where they've allowed an increase above the authorized amount.
So what do you call that? Not a bonus?
Big salary increase, yeah. At least bonus is only once.
But it's reoccurring each year. It depends.
Okay, so if we can move on to, I had a question about a presentation that we saw from BNF. So BNF noted that the sub-recipient of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is going to be DBET for broadband. So what's the plan, benchmarks, timeline to utilize the total amount of 150 million?
Is this the WAM stuff?
Hi, chairs, vice chair, members of the committees. I've actually been asked to defer that question to UH because they're the actual subrecipients of the infrastructure money coming to the state. So in particular, I got his permission to ask that question to Garrett Yoshimi, who is the VP and CIO of UH. He can provide the details. But
so what was the BNF director? Why was he referencing DBET?
We are sub-recipients of digital equity money, but not the infrastructure money. So UH is handling that.
Okay, so what's UH handling versus you guys?
Okay, so UH is handling the infrastructure, all the hard builds. So basically the connectivity. So getting the lines out, so make sure that residents of Hawaii are connected. DBET is focused more on programmatic activities. So digital equity, training programs, devices, affordable plans, those more programmatic. So,
so you guys,
that's the difference.
So you guys have like a plan for what? For those components?
Yes.
You want to explain the communities that outreach?
Yeah. So part of the digital equity work is to So early on, from the beginning of the year, there was an engagement with the community through focus groups and some surveys to today. We had to put together a state digital equity plan that includes the details of actually more kind of a macro level plan on how we're going to do those, digital equity training, device deployments. So we've actually filed our initial plan, and we're actually going through finalizing that to submitting a final plan on February 13th. So yes, it is detailed. And then, so that allows us to apply for and get more digital equity funding coming into the state, and then start deploying those programs to the communities.
So how much federal funds does your shop get?
So we're anticipating, and I don't quote me on this because it's all formulaic. So it could be anywhere from 13 to 15 million. And we're anticipating that as early as spring to summer next year. Oh, this year, sorry, spring to summer this year. So deployment as soon as probably summer.
And you have a plan for that 15 million?
No, so that's the digital equity plan is the plan.
Maybe at some point you can show us the plan on how
Yeah,
the details of the spending of the 15 million.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes, I can provide.
Maybe send that to us.
Yeah. So, yes. So, sorry, can you, okay, so that we can put together after we secure the money. We don't know yet if we're going to get the money. So because the plan has to be approved.
But you guys had previous money too, right?
Well, there's a planning money that we received. So
And how much was that?
570K. So we've drawn that down already because that money was spent to come up with the plan.
And what about the 33 million we had from the other?
Okay, so that's the infrastructure money. So it's a matching.
All of that went to UH, not you guys?
Yes. So 33 million plus the 13 million that's being requested this session because it didn't we didn't ask for the full amount. So the actual matching amount is 46 million. So 13 million asked.
That's coming under UH's budget then requests?
Actually, because budget and finance is the recipient, it comes under the budget and finance budget. Yeah, so the governor is a recipient of the federal money. So BNF is handling that.
So they're not going to give anything to DBIT. They're going to give it all to UH as far as the infrastructure component.
So the infrastructure component, yes, UH is handling that. Although the BEED has a non-infrastructure component in the as part of the program, that details still to be worked out. What portion of that non-infrastructure work does DBED handle? So that will be worked out because DBED is charged with doing all the digital equity programmatic things.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you can give us if you get the 15 million, because you already applied for it.
No. So the prerequisite is getting the digital equity plan approved, which will happen in February 13th. By NTIA. So Department of Commerce has NTIA.
Yeah, so you have the plan.
We have yes.
You have a draft plan that you're going to submit.
So we've already submitted a draft plan, so we're finalizing that way.
And that doesn't include a budget, the plan?
No. Yes, no, it's really quite interesting because the NTI's direction was to come up with a holistic plan. Don't put any
without any costs.
Nope. So that's been the direction. So that's what we're putting the plan together based on. So
the plan was based on what outreach to the communities and what communities? Because my understanding was that it should be outreaching those without broadband accessibility. Is that correct?
As a general rule, yes, those communities that are lacking access.
So how did you guys go about doing that within your division?
So when we as you know, Senator, we had contracted that portion, and we relied on other community partners as well as a contractor to determine, and it's not specific science to figure out where exactly the, the unserved areas are. So we did our best.
I kind of think we already knew where the unserved areas were. And I just want to make note that those unserved areas like Hana, all the rural areas were considered unserved areas. So I was kind of taken aback that out of the entire population of Hawaii, that you guys outreached only 400 something people in part of your plan, digital equity plan going back to the federal government. Why such a small number? And why was the outreach in this case? And I asked you that you guys went back into Kahului to hold a meeting that should have been held in the rural areas. I'm trying to educate those that didn't have access to know how to go online and use the program so that they could pinpoint exactly where they needed service.
So I can say that the team did our best to, identify locations to go to. There was a mix of either going to the rural communities or having a more central areas so that we can get more people to come. So there was a mix of that. So we didn't focus all of the visits and all of the community outreach to only rural and, unserved areas. We try to have,
But I think it was to go to those that never have access, right? That was the entire issue, is that we wanted to make sure that areas without access had accessibility to internet service.
Well, I think it's more important identifying those that didn't have access.
Yeah, that's what I mean,
needed-
those that didn't have. So how did you guys go about selecting the individual person or group to do the outreach? And who follows up on the outreach if they cannot reach those that don't even have any service? Like how does your division justify that on oversight?
Yes, so there are two different components, right? Again, there's the infrastructure and the programmatic. The infrastructure is based on FCC map, pretty kind of defined access. So FCC has determined based on input where those, unconnected homes are. And so when we're talking about connectivity as far as infrastructure is concerned, that's one component. So what we're dealing with more programmatic things. So trying to identify communities, for example, that could benefit from, like when we went to Molokai, could benefit from a computer hub or computer, assistance center, or those communities that could benefit from a digital navigator.
So that was my issue, right?
Yeah.
And it was because you guys put out an ad in the paper the day you guys went to Molokai. Nobody knew about it. I made a phone call to get 12 people to show up. That you guys spent an hour and a half. You guys had a representative from UH show up that basically never answer questions. And thank you for calling back when I reached out to you, because I thought that was one of the most lamest meetings ever in outreach. We trying to connect people to make sure they have accessibility, and that was the response we got. And we kept saying, you guys got to do better outreach, like reach out to your lawmakers to do outreach in communities so that when you guys are going abroad, the trainings. I know that Ka'ala went out and did the trainings and did it with some of the groups without even telling them what he was there for. So they didn't even know what's going on in some of these communities. How do you guys remedy that? And more so kind of blown away that you guys never request on budget after submitting the plan. Or is it the intention to come back to the state and ask for the money to execute the plan?
No, so the plan is to get, so let me go back and address that first one. So, Senator, it was a learning experience for all of us on trying to find the best way to reach the communities and do the outreach and do the presentations.
So I'm not speaking on you, because when I reached out to Bert Lump, I had a real big issue because Bert did horrible communications. Even when we sat down, and I sat down in Senator Moriwaki's office, And we talked about how the outreach was going. Of course, I don't know if the budget went down, but I had a nice printout we had the last time at the WAM briefing. I think that would burn half the budget anyway, but the communication, even to this point, I mean, thank you for the broadband meetings that everybody come on, which I don't really see us getting anywhere with it. But literally, I attend a convention, myself and Senator Keokalole in Denver, and the request basically became, even with the big entities, was that all these new companies popping up that will do the infrastructure for crash and burn. And the request has already been for more money to come from the federal government. Is that the message we're going to send back to the community
No.
and the state of Hawaii? Because I'm going to tell you right now, when the director came on from the federal government, that's exactly what was told to all of us.
My mission is and has been and will continue to be get 100% connectivity for all the residents and deploy all the necessary digital equity work and programs that are necessary for the state. That's my vision. That's my goal. And I won't waver.
So definitely would like to see how you guys going to accomplish that and what the plan is going forward to do that. Thank you.
So it's right now, because it's a developmental stage, UH has the infrastructure, DBED has the programmatic. What happens after you submit the plans approved? What is the timeline? Who's going to take care of this program once all of that is approved?
Just broadly, so UH has submitted on December 27th, their initial proposal, which is going through a review process right now for approval. They will submit a final proposal at the end of this year, and then they can start deploying the infrastructure money. So their timeline. So they will have to, so one of the first things that will happen is a challenge, what they call a challenge process, to challenge the identification of those unserved areas on the FCC map. So that is a process that's going to happen somewhere in starting with spring this year, and it'll continue for about 3 to 4 months. So those are the first things that's happening, so that the money, the deployment of funds will happen already as early as spring.
And they're going out to
For
RFP for actual people.
Yes,
Companies to
it
do
has
that.
to be RFP'd out, yeah. So, and then for DBED, the process is getting our digital equity plan approved, and then at which time we'll be able to submit an application for the what they call a capacity grant. And then when we do receive it, we're looking at deploying of that probably sometime starting summer of this year.
And what does that plan cover? What is the plan going to be doing? Is that the final mile or whatever they call it?
No. So the infrastructure is the final mile, and ours is more programmatic. So if you could just kind of make that distinction.
So then what is the role of so DBED will then be in charge of the broadband and connectivity with all of the communities?
So meeting our statute. So what's happening right now, the reason why UH is doing that infrastructure work is because there's an executive memo that has identified UH to taking that lead on that infrastructure work. So that's why they're doing it. But if you look at the statute, DBED is responsible for that. But it's okay because I don't have the staff to handle both the infrastructure and the digital equity
My
work.
understanding was UH was going to be doing the infrastructure, but they were hands off on the long-term commitment to ensure that this gets to the communities, the underserved and unserved communities. So that's DBED's
That's our role.
And
yes.
is that what the plan is covering of how you're going to operate in the future once all the infrastructure is in?
That's why whatever you submitted to the feds, if you can give us a copy so we can kind of see where this is all headed.
So I was gonna ask, can you wait till February 13th to give you the final draft rather than like a working draft that we have right now? It's about a month.
And if it doesn't have money behind it, how do you implement it?
Yeah, no. So you can see by the plan that there are no monies tied to anything specific, but and that's just how they rolled it out.
So why are you giving them a plan that they're not going to give you anything for the plan?
Well, because potentially, just based on some formula that we've seen, we're estimating anywhere from 13 to 15. I mean, it could be as high as 20. So we're talking a lot of money.
Implementation part that's gonna be doing the plan. That 13 million is for this. implementing this
Yes, the
plan.
implementation of this plan.
But if it costs more, then what?
Well, we'll just have to make a plan around whatever we get.
So that means whatever plan you give them, then they give you money, and now you gotta change your plan to fit the money.
Yes.
So then how would you guys, so say if you needed 15 million, how will you prioritize who you do first? And who you leave out? Because you're not gonna be able to,
Yeah.
so what's plan B?
Yeah.
So so identifying the need is number one, right? So right now, one of the things that we haven't been able to do well is identifying the baseline. So what is it? What does it look like? So the community, we know some communities are more need more of these programs than others. So like Central Honolulu is not going to need these, devices, deployment and training programs. But it was probably more necessary, more West, Oahu or West Maui.
So you know all of that already. So if you know all of that and your plan is to address that, how much does that cost? Because if the feds don't give you the whole amount, and let's say it doesn't, based on her question, and the department says when they prioritize the federal funds, well, we're not gonna do HANA. Now it's the legislators that are gonna say, no, we're gonna do HANA, and then we're gonna have to figure that out from our side.
Yeah, no,
That's what.
Yeah.
Where does that state kick in so that it hopefully not needed, but if it's needed, we don't know where this is headed.
Yeah, no, we definitely, and
you should have a price tag in your head now for the whole state, how much it's gonna cost me to do these problem areas.
Okay, so we wrote this plan with that price tag in mind.
Yeah, so what
13 to 15, no, 13 to 15 million, just
for the whole state?
For digital equity program.
Yeah.
So for us, so along with that capacity grant, so the money allows us to build capacity in the communities. There's also a competitive grant, which will be deployed at about the same time that anyone.
No, but that's not what we're trying to figure out. We want to know what's the total cost of everything, because if the feds don't come through and we feel it's a need to reach certain rural communities, we at least have in our mind how much that's going to cost us.
So the simple answer is I don't have that price tag. Yeah.
But your goal initially anyway was to address with the federal funds, which was a mandate to do the rural communities first. Or identifying that the rural communities need that attention at the outset.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that was your goal.
Yeah, unserved communities and then deploying these programs to needed areas.
13 million, because you're talking rural Kauai, right? Rural Molokai.
And Ka'u.
I mean,
Hana gonna be the
Big Island.
Ka'u, North Kohala.
Yeah.
We're also, we can share the details. I mean, so we're also going to leverage existing programs. So I'm just gonna name one and we haven't worked out the details, but for example, the state library has a digital navigator program. So how do we leverage the existing programs to deploy and so to kind of structure it and then deploy it statewide on a wider scale? So those are kinds of conversations that we're also having.
But if we know ahead of time, then maybe we can make certain investments in libraries already.
Instead of waiting for February 13th. Even
Or
if it is a draft.
or a year
Because
later when you
basically
get the
it's the
grant.
assessment already, right? You guys did the assessment, your plan. Even though it's a draft plan, at least we can kind of, draw an estimate of what will beef up certain areas.
Because it goes to her question of, when it's not enough, now what? You're not going to catch everybody, or it's going to be, you're going to catch everybody at a substandard level.
I guess for me, it's more so with communications from Maui in regards to like Lahaina, with all due respect. But it's that kind of communication that we're gonna lack when we have to send out emergencies
For any rural community.
Yeah, for any rural community, but you know, we gotta look forward and kind of predict what we up against. Because I'm gonna tell you, it wasn't on great sight at that convention on what we're gonna look at, even on the infrastructure side of it and what we were taught at the convention. Oh, and I have sent my report because I did take a trip.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to sharing more details and providing more details to you and committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, real quick then, I guess this could be for the ASO. I noticed on some, there's no sub-org codes for the programs. Sub-org codes. DBED has no sub-org codes. The faster you say it, the faster we can move on.
Sorry, Chair, we don't have sub.
You don't use that at all.
We don't.
And what about the attached agencies? You guys have?
Within ASO, we don't have, but I believe other agencies you guys have.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
And
In our office, it's our understanding that we don't, but the rest of the agencies are shaking their head that they do. So can we get back to you on that breakdown?
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I want to just go back to.
On my wheel, so he's spreading.
Maybe I can just ask HHFDC.
We take a break.
I'm almost foul.
Oh, you almost fell. Okay.
Yeah. No, but I noticed your budget had quite a bit of wildfire related expenditures. But you don't have any wildfire personnel.
No, existing personnel are working on wildfire programs and they continue to work on wildfire activities in response to the wildfire. So after the wildfire occurred, we were asked by the government to set up a rental assistance program to match up landowners with survivors of the fire. So staff quickly set that program up and they were manning it 7 days a week, 12 hours a day initially. It was just recently transitioned just this past week to CNHA. So now they are running the program. But now we are participating in recovery and response meetings, such as how we can support the long-term recovery of Lahaina.
So the requests are for one-time costs?
We don't have any specific requests, I don't believe in.
Or your expenditures though? You know, so once you're going to just eat the expenses from where?
We're hoping that some of that will be reimbursed by FEMA. If not, we are, yes, a one-time expense.
Out of which fund?
Most likely out of DERF or Rental Housing Revolving Fund.
And how much is that so far?
I'm not sure what the total is. So our CFO, Holly, will soon.
So we did get FEMA reimbursement for our personnel, for overtime while we conducted the, program that kicked off right after. So I don't have the exact numbers, but it was about, I'd say about 50,000, which included overtime, some legal costs, and some travel costs.
And then ongoing for what the director talked about.
We don't anticipate, as far as for this particular program that we kicked off, the Hawai'i Fire Relief Program, that we won't incur any more overtime.
But it's all coming out of DERF. If whatever's
Well,
not covered by the
actually,
feds.
But as far as our salaries, it's coming out of our operating budget, but we're getting reimbursed from FEMA, as well as the travel and legal.
Not 100%, Don? 100%.
At the time, it was 100%. In the beginning, it was 100%.
Okay, now it's fine.
It's phasing 90 and then 75. I don't know which.
So their involvement with the fire is done?
No, they still are gonna be doing some of the work, but the biggest thing was the Hawaii Fire Relief Program that they stood up right away.
Yeah.
And then when we plateaued at 600 renters that went into homes in Dean's program, we plateaued for about a month, and at that point, CNHA was going heavy advertising with their program, and CNHA and Dean were working together from the beginning. And this is really not HHSC's mission, so I asked Dean and his team to transfer everything over to CNHA so that they could take over the program, and that just happened last week.
Okay.
So going forward, there's gonna be other.
Going forward, we're
programs,
participating in recovery support meetings, and so there'll be occasional travel to Maui, but
But federally funded, no.
Well, we're gonna expect, we're gonna ask for reimbursement on every agency's work that had anything to do with the fire.
Oh, no, but the upcoming things.
Yeah, all of it.
we are seeking
You're gonna ask,
reimbursement,
yeah.
but it's not guaranteed. I
Right.
think.
And then if not, DERF has to eat it.
Excuse me?
Your special funds need it. Who pays for it if you don't get the reimbursement?
Yeah, and maybe we should have mentioned that earlier, and Isaac can attest to this. Even the convention center was set up for the shelter. So all of the expenses from the convention center and the convention center, we're applying for the reimbursement from FEMA, overtime, travel, all of that. And until we get reimbursed, it's still gonna be from the department's fund. Did you get reimbursed there for the, not yet?
So,
But Lorinda from Haima, we've been in consultation with her from the beginning on what qualifies and what doesn't qualify. But as much as possible, we're gonna ask for reimbursement because everything that we did was because of the fire. If it wasn't for the fire, we wouldn't be spending the money on his programs, on the Office of Planning, my office. We wouldn't have been spending that money. So we're seeking reimbursement, and I know in some agencies they've got the payment already, but as Isaac just said, HTA didn't get it yet.
A question.
no, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So your portion, you're in housing. And so when you're talking about the expenditures you've occurred, as well as you're asking for reimbursements, that has to do with what? What are the reimbursements for? The burning of the buildings, the housing that, yeah, because when we're talking about wildfires, and I think we have, it's kind of like a misnomer because there's several other agencies
Right.
working on wildfires, so
Understand?
DLNR, Office Planning, I mean, everybody else, so
Yeah.
your
so-
portion with housing HHFDC, what are we talking about?
Okay, so as was just mentioned, so Executive Director Minakami had to set up a program. He had to go to Maui to visit many times.
Yes.
And as was mentioned, the amount is $50,000 so far that they've spent, and then we're trying to get that reimbursed. But that was travel, that was overtime, that was setting up the call center, because we had to set up a call center so people could call in. We get-
Understanding, because you had tenants, and that's housing that we own, right?
No.
It was for the general public, the program. It
Oh,
wasn't the
So
specific
if
for
you
them.
own a vacation rental and you wanted to put it into your program, Dean put out a message to everybody who was interested. They put it in his inventory, and then we were trying to connect them with renters, potential renters, whether it was through the FEMA program or whichever program. So that's where Dean's overtime came in.
Okay.
And then, or Dean's expenses came in. HDA had a whole different set of expenses. So we set up two conference rooms that FEMA, Haima, Red Cross, DBED was stationed in, and that was every day. But the purpose of that was to coordinate communications with all the different agencies so that we could have done what we did in getting 6,000 people out of the congregate shelters into hotels
Okay.
with everybody working in one room. But the room at the convention center was paid for, and we're trying to get that reimbursed
Okay.
through via FEMA. So
Okay,
that's
all
the
right.
different expenses that we're talking about.
Okay,
So first of all, Dean, thank you. During the time of the fire, you guys had set up, Jimmy, Director, I can tell you that every agency was there. I think what we lacked was we lacked a representative from Maui, from the mayor's office. That was our.
I was
big
there and I
challenge.
saw that. Yeah,
Um,
you folks did a good job.
But information flowed in and out of there as fast as possible. I think the only compensation that I would hope that they would be given would be the part of sleep that most of them never get. But they worked around the clock as well as their team and had provided many much assistance for a lot of those that needed the homes in transition. They also have the Economic Recovery Commission. That meeting will be held day after tomorrow, Friday. Most of us also on a site visit. It will be the transition as well with the county. So I'll be there and I'm gonna miss the site visit, but it's because of them and all the stuff that they'll be transferring over to the county. And they will continue to also assist even after the transfer and then the transfer at CNHA from HHFDC. But thank you.
Stuff by your name tag you already made.
Okay, we will check.
Yeah.
Can you give us an update? I know you sent me the memo, but when we had the WAM site visit, we went to visit Hawai'i.
Yeah.
And according to your response, it sounds like we're not going to pursue it now.
We are still under negotiations with the owner of Hawai'i. Our board did approve a reduced price based on our due diligence, and the Hawai'i Institute has not accepted our reduced price offer. So we have to discuss with the county because we want to stay within the budget amount of $45 million. We want to make sure that the state is not exposed to any additional costs. So we are working with the county on an MOA whereby they would fund any additional monies needed to convert hotel rooms into apartments. And the county has indicated that they're open to such an MOA.
Except they're not going to manage it anymore. It would be you.
They would have to accept a lease to the property, issue an RFP and manage the property, or their developer with the RFP.
So what's the deadline for the county?
There is no deadline. I mean, there's no deadline for the transaction.
There should be though, because if we're not going to do it, we should just lapse it.
Yeah, I think it's something that we're gonna have to come to agreement soon, or the seller will likely want to move on.
Yeah, because especially if we're talking Maui, right? If you leave that 45 million on Maui, there's other things you could do to, instead of us holding it, not spending it, and then we could have done something else
I
there.
agree. Yes, I agree. So I think in the next few months, we'll have more certainty as to whether or not we can come to terms with the seller and the county.
Senator Hashimoto.
Thanks, Dean, for that update. So what is the remaining things with the selling price from your understanding that needs to be worked out?
One is that our board approved a reduced sales price of about $3 million from what they were asking based on our findings and due diligence. And we were just informed at our last board meeting that the seller was not going to accept that. And they didn't explain why they weren't going to accept the reduced price, given the findings that there were some deficiencies that had to be repaired. So for us to move forward, our board either has to approve a full price, pay the full price, in which case there would be an additional burden to the county to fund any improvements needed to convert hotel rooms to apartments.
But I know that one of the sticking points is that they have an outstanding bill, right? From housing people. So
Yes,
where are we at with working that out?
That is something that Hawai'i is working. I mean, Hawai'i and the county are working with the seller on this, but again, this is not something that the state agreed to with the owner. This is something that the owner of Hawai'i allowed various groups to stay in the hotel and is now seeking compensation. And we would prefer to keep that issue separate from the transaction because that is not something the state was involved with initially. The state was never involved in asking Hawai'i to allow groups to stay at the hotel.
So when is the absolute deadline we want to close this by? Because I think the problem is it just keeps going on, right? It was supposed to be December 31st, and now we're, I keep asking when are we going to close this, right? But everything's being thrown at it now. And so I think we should get some type of deadline on when we need to wrap this
I
up.
think if this body would like to set a deadline, we will abide by that deadline. I think for us, maybe 2 months from now, say March 1st, would be
right,
enough time for us to work this out. I think a deadline would help all parties to come together.
Yeah.
If it's gonna happen, it has to happen by a certain date.
Right. And I think part of it, my concern is, the county has so much on its plate, right? And this is potentially as permanent housing, right? And so if we're going to give this to the county in terms of a lease and we're give it to them to then contract out, we may never have it done, right? And then this is just a total loss of, let me remind you, this is 60% and above. This is workforce housing. This is not LIHTC housing that we're not going to get. So I think it's imperative that we do something, especially with this 45. Maui's like clamoring for housing and we can't lose this 45. So it's either we do this project or we got to move the money somewhere to do something more productive. And so I think we gotta figure this out somehow.
I agree.
Okay, let me go to your table 4. So well, actually,
Can I just ask?
go ahead.
So would it be helpful if the committees sent the board a memo asking them to develop a deadline and suggest one?
Sure, yes, that would be helpful, I think, for all parties.
So what are the deficiencies that, if the state purchases it, that we would have to then take care
There
of?
are things such as elevators needed to be repaired, and that's a big ticket item. That's several $1 million for that alone. Railings that needed to be.
Or you're gonna have to add kitchens to every 2 rooms.
To convert them to 2 rooms, yes, you'd have to add kitchens to.
Yes, so what is the cost of all of this? Because in addition to the 45 million price.
Well, the cost that was provided by the owner representatives last year was 40 something million dollars to the conversion work. And we don't think that also that either the state or council would have to fund the full $40 million. A developer could get financing.
No, so the
for a
40
whole-
million is on the retrofit that you still gotta purchase.
Yeah,
So the money in the budget was to purchase, then they were gonna lease it to the county.
yeah.
The county was gonna get a developer to go fund the 40, but now the county, as we saw, wasn't really prepared when we went to visit them
The county wanted to change in terms of the agreement
to do other things that were not in the proviso.
I mean, I just feel that if we're going to put the 45 million down to purchase, we should be putting the money into retrofit and get it out to the people.
But HHFTC would have to end up managing it themselves if they
That's
did
right.
that versus, and they only got in it because the county showed the interest to be the partner, but now the county is not necessarily following through fast enough.
Well, but is it true, Dean, that you can RFP this out and potentially the private developer could fund this with future rent payments, right?
They could fund, if the cost is $40 million, we ran some pro formas and we don't think that a developer would want to take it on at $40 million.
But what is the subsidy that remains though?
They would probably need a subsidy in the range of 10 to $15 million.
So
Okay.
we just have to look at that, because then if you look at the housing strategy for Maui, if we get better bang for the buck on 45 million someplace else in the overall strategy, that might be probably more worth it. In addition to the extra 15 that they may need. But if this is a bit, we gotta look at what's the overall.
Yeah, but the county may be just sitting and waiting, thinking that we're gonna, put the whole bill. So.
They had months.
So.
Yeah, but I'm saying there should be a deadline.
It's fire related
To them.
because this would be to assist Lahaina, right?
But
Would
beginning of
would the
August.
possibility of the
July,
county also be reimbursed?
And
to-
still,
They could get the reimbursement from FEMA, right?
We've heard that, we met with a HUD representative, and it does seem that there's what, it's called CDBG DR
Yeah.
funds. And that could be used by the county to fund the renovation costs.
but it goes back to the county has to take the initiative.
The county has to prepare a plan how to use the CDBG DR funds, and they could include the conversion of Hawai'i in that plan. And they.
And you know what? They only apply for those, the CBD fund is a grant program and it's all once a year. So if they already allocated their program for other areas, then you gotta wait next year.
Disaster relief fund.
Oh,
I guess they could, maybe they should ask, I mean, we don't know where they're at right now, but maybe they should check because then they could get on direct reimbursement because of, I mean, that's what I would
Or
assume.
we can just give them the deadline and let
Yeah.
it play out.
Yeah.
Because in that way, if they're serious about doing these other things, they can. But that's 45 million that we could use more strategically.
To help them.
The county council should be aware of it. You know, they know. You had some more. Follow on.
Yeah, so Dean, real quick on changing the subject, I'm looking at your table 4, and so I just want to make clear that you haven't really asked for any additional positions or resources for HHFDC.
Oh, we gave them the last 2 budgets.
No, in terms of positions,
No, no
in table 4.
positions.
So what was it that you wanted? Or you don't need any more positions?
I think if we take on additional duties, we will need more positions. We are looking at several new programs such as a farm recycling program, income averaging. If we take on those additional functions, we will need positions to run those functions.
But at the current levels, you're fine then, if you don't add more
The current level,
duties.
we're fine.
And then what about the
I will
vacancies?
say that it is very trying on our staff right now. We're stretched thin, especially between our regular duties and the fire response. But I also understand that this is a temporary situation, so we wouldn't want to ask for additional bodies for a temporary situation, but it is a strain on staff.
So the governor didn't push you to add more positions, because obviously housing is his biggest priority, right?
They didn't even ask though.
Right.
Because if you look at table 4, it's just a transfer,
Yes, that's correct.
which
So you feel the current capacity is what you need?
It really depends on if there are additional resources, for us to do additional work through this legislative session, to do more to rebuild Lahaina, for example, we might need more bodies.
What do you think your role is in the rebuilding of Lahaina though? Because I feel like you have a huge part, right? I think housing is the biggest issue on Maui. So it surprises me that you don't feel that that's part of your role, right?
Oh, no, I think definitely rebuilding West Maui is a part of our role. It's.
But you don't need more bodies for it though.
maybe the planning department at Maui needs more bodies.
Maybe.
Well, because I think
Yeah.
that's.
No, but if it's priority, we need to know that, right? If you're gonna supercharge HHFDC, we need to know that, right?
But part of it though is if even if they do 201H, you still need the local guys, right? If we did HCDA and they're gonna go full force because you can't wait for the county, then that's where I think we got to figure out what our strategy is. And if our strategy is to work closely with the county, then maybe it is going with HHFDC. But if the county is not fast enough and the community wants something faster, then we have to look for another agency that can cut through that.
All right.
Yeah, so basically, I think it is a strain on our staff right now. It would be great to have one or two more positions, project manager type positions to help us manage our
Hey, he needed an interim assignment. You should have told them earlier.
So, Senator, on that point too, when we're compiling all the budget information, as a department, like I said earlier, there was that memo that Director Salavera sent out about restrictions. But we knew that in the conversations that we had in this hearing and other hearings, that there is a potential, whether we work with the House or the Senate. But we wanted to try to be as frugal as we could, understanding that there are positions, especially in the housing of HHFDC, that potentially we could ask for. Because like for Lewis, he had to oversee all of the departments. So it cannot favor, just HHFDC, but we knew that some of these things would come up, but, Dean, can lay out the plan as we move forward so that you guys can look at it and tell us if that's going to work or not. But that was the overall message to all of the departments.
No, I appreciate that. I think as long as we are laying that out, I think it's a long road to recovery. So we're gonna have to pace ourselves. But as I said, I think, part of my concern is that, we have FEMA right now. And then what happens after FEMA though? But so, and that is really what's top of mind for me in terms of we got to be planning for that now because it takes so long to get to that point, right? And I think we need all these people to be working on that post 2025 so that once FEMA's gone, we actually have a plan moving forward. And it's going to take time, but I think HHFDC is obviously going to play a role, maybe HCDA. But and obviously I think DBED overarching is, as you're looking at the economics, but I think that's really critical. And I think we just got to keep that top of mind. And, I know the constraints that we have, but
if you look at table 11, they have 8 vacancies.
Well, that was the next part of the question is, where are you in trying to fill those vacancies? And because part of the conversation previously was you don't feel like you have enough money for those positions, right?
That is a challenge for especially our development positions. We are competing with the private sector for housing development specialists, finance specialists, project
You
management.
gotta ask Craig from HCDA how he increased the salaries.
No, and I think that's a really good point because I think we need to go through that exercise of increasing the salary.
Ask Daniel how he gave a bonus so that you can do that.
But for some of these positions, we are recruiting, and some of these we probably will fill in the near term. We have candidates in mind for some, others are more talented to fill them.
Well, how many times did you go out on these? Because it says some didn't even go, right? There's one that's 6 times.
Some are recent vacancies.
For the accountant 3, we had 11 rounds. So we had 11 lists from DHERD, but we weren't successful in hiring.
So you're just going to do 12, 13, 14, 15? What's your plan?
Yeah, I mean, we have to go off the DHERD list, so we do diligently ask.
No, but if you're not getting somebody qualified after like the 10th time, shouldn't you figure out, okay, maybe we have to change it to a different position with a higher salary, or
It's a possible thing that we consider.
That's the same thing DCCA had 40 something times. So I'm not sure when you think to yourself, hey, not working, so why am I doing the same thing over and over again?
Well, it's something that we have considered, for example, changing some of these exemptions to positions to exempt positions. The dilemma that creates is then you have other equal positions. So what happens? You have to change all of them then and increase everybody's pay to make it equal. That's the dilemma.
But then from our perspective, after 10 times and you've been doing, the work's been getting done, then you don't need it.
No.
Okay, so then you gotta show that you need it and do something.
If we can work with David for possible solutions on this matter, because we were following the procedures, which is to go to the list.
No, and that's fine. I'm just saying after the 11 times, do you think to yourself, hey, the procedure's not working?
I think that's where we call Deputy Director Yamani to Special Forces.
Oh my goodness. You might have to do another 11 times.
Probably got a good.
Anyway, I think that's something that the whole department, and this is what we asked the last time when we looked at vacancies. There's some here, they did 6 times. Is that, I can't tell, this is real small. Isn't that you too? You did 6, is that, or is that 11? The development support unit, is that it?
I need one like that.
Yeah, I have one over here, but is that another position? The development support?
Unit manager, that one was recently built.
Oh, that's the office assistant 3. It's 6, but it's actually 11.
So the accountant 3 was 11 rounds.
Oh, that's not on here. It doesn't have a number. But do you have the other one that has 6 rounds? Office assistant 3.
So that one is for the 89-day higher rounds. So it was 6 times for the office assistant.
And you did 89-day hire how many times?
So six times.
Oh, wow.
6 renewals.
And why didn't they just hire?
The person that's in that position isn't able to take the full-time position.
So why not make it a part-time position?
We would need a full-time person here. It's just that we needed 89-day hire, could not work full-time, and I don't believe has an interest in taking the non-long term.
Oh, okay. So they're just there till you can find somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sure Senator Hashimoto's going to be looking at this list.
Do you have any retirees that left, and because this is such an immediate work that you probably could do the 6 months hire or 8 months hire, bring them back?
We have had some retirements. We probably will have a few more this year. And so for some of these, we definitely would like to have them come back after 6 months, at least on a part-time basis.
Right. Because this is such an immediate work, yeah. You have to, I mean, you have to do it, and it's time constraint. So another thing too is the option is, I guess you gotta go contract.
We looked at that. It's just very expensive to hire a contract out to folks at this more than 2 or 3 times what the salary would be.
Even if it's like for 6 months or so?
We looked at consulting firms who offer
Yeah.
contracting services, and it was about 3 times what the salary amount would be for the typical position.
But that's including retirees in your own agency, your own department. How about seeking other agencies within the state outside of DBED, and bring in other areas like DLNR? They have a lot of people that are leaving as well. Offer that to them anyway.
Yeah, we do try to advertise aggressively to find candidates.
So I think, Dean, I know at the time when you were the interim executive director, we had this conversation, but now that you're permanent, I think we probably should just embark on the question that I had, which was the staffing plan. So hopefully we can work with you to figure out what that is, right? And how we can alleviate some of the pay challenges. Because I think I was willing to do it as housing chair back in the House. But I think I'm going to renew that commitment to try and figure that out, because I think you can fill it. It's just we got to figure out how to up some of those salaries.
Yeah, the previous director asked for pay differential.
Yeah. Well, the good thing about this discussion is, thanks the chairs, that we're talking about it now, pre-session. And luckily that you have us at the third and the last agent, like the budget passed. So in March already, we should know where we are and whether your request is going to be within the budget. So if the House doesn't do anything, then I guess you're lucky that we can at least pick it up and follow through from now until then.
Thank you.
Okay, can we get energy office? Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
So members, for us on page 90, BED 120, I noticed that energy office has higher telework and higher travel compared to other programs. So what is DBED's telework policy? Because DOTAX has a no telework policy. Budget and finance has a telework policy depending on division.
The traffic is too heavy.
And they have a no more than 2 day. What was the one admin office attached agency? They had
1 day.
They had 1 day. Your policy is what?
I'd like to say from the start that as our office, we want
Meaning
everybody.
the director's office or?
Oh,
I'm talking about the department.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna get there. So when I first got there, deputy director and myself worked with our ASO office and the departments to come up with a policy because the policy at DHERD was kind of broad. And we needed to narrow that down. So they set up a committee of division heads.
But we hear that from every department.
Well-
The DHERD policy is too broad. So why aren't the other directors telling the DHERD director, hey, clean up the policy? Give us better guidance.
For consistency.
So what did you do? So you have consistent now across the
Okay,
department?
so, we came up with a draft policy based on all of the divisions getting together to figure out what it was gonna be. And now, now they're in the process of making sure that the policy that we would use is approved by the union, because there's that issue as well. You know, some of the questions Stephen met with, was it just HG? Yeah.
So how did Dotex get away with saying no telework? And how did Rod Becker's shop says no telework, even though Neil allows 3 days?
So the sensitivity of the answer to this question is we have some people that have medical doctor's notes for their work.
Yeah, but the telework policy says you need a doctor's note.
Yes.
And so if you do go on sick while you're telework, you still got to report that.
Yeah, so they can work. And we can't get into the details of the illness that they have. They can work, but they can work from home. And they have the doctor's note to qualify them to do that. So that is one part of the policy that we need to better understand. And then the second part was, one of the suggestions was to have if there was gonna be work from home, that they would have been 3 days that they could do that, and 2 days, 2 days that on Monday and Friday, they had to be in. They had to be in the office because the departments have said that that's the days that they gather with the employees and figure out what the week's plan is gonna be. And on Friday, that's the day that they make sure that all of the plans that were made are done. So I don't know if you wanna ask Stephen Sung about his conversations on the union part, but we're trying to make sure that before we make a exact policy, that it's covered by the union and everybody else in the department, that is fair and it equally applies. So that's where we're at right now.
Why is it that Energy has all these people on telework? Is this all the people in all of DBED is on telework?
That's executive director.
No, but is this all the people that's on? I only found one page, or did I miss?
How many people in DBED?
Yeah, on telework.
I think that's everybody in DBED.
That's everybody.
Yeah.
And so the bulk of it is
34.
Energy.
Yeah.
So why is Energy so?
Is the question, why are we doing that?
Oh, why did your department get so many people on telework?
Because our agency has determined that as an agency, we use telework. We do it to save money and for
Save money.
Well, one person has 5 days telework a week.
So that's a separate matter. That's actually not telework. That's
Well, that's what you had.
administrative policy or personnel issue about their health. And so and that's something that Stephen could address.
Well, this is the chart that you gave us.
Yes.
Can you just
There's-
say able to
there's three-
perform duties
I mean, they do perform work at home.
Okay, can we get copies of all the daily logs?
We have, in fact, we just
And
sent
then-
those to Stephen.
What does full-time mean? You have everybody on hybrid, but then you've got 3 people full-time. That means they're at home all the time.
Those are the ones that have
That's a
medical.
medical
issues.
problem.
And DHERD cleared that. No.
That's something we work directly with the event personnel.
And then there's a,
So prior to telework, these employees had the health problems too?
3.
Yeah, they had the health problem prior to telework,
Uh,
prior to the policy for telework.
Yes.
They worked in the office.
Yeah, that was
They were
I-
able to do the job, yeah.
Yes. That was prior to, yeah.
But then now they cannot do the same work they
I-
they did. prior
Well,
to telling-
I know that two of the three, that was stimulated by COVID. And so that's when they went on total,
Well, that was my question, prior to,
that was prior.
they didn't have, they didn't have the health issue.
No,
Okay, you said they did.
no, I'm saying that from two of them are related to COVID. So that's when they started staying at home all the time.
Right.
And then,
That's when the telework happened because
days.
that's right. Telework occurred and these two health issues occurred at that time.
I can't tell.
One other personnel had health issues for a long time, has a particular ailment and had approval to work from home.
But prior to that, worked in the office regularly.
At some previous time, did work in the office. Yeah.
So do they have the same job, I mean, the same job load, I mean, the workload that they was doing while they was in office?
Yes.
I mean, I just kind of, I mean, I understand we sympathetic, but you know, what does the taxpayer say that they gotta go work during COVID? They have to show up every day, drive the bus, in the ambulance, in the hospitals. What are we gonna tell them?
It's a valid issue.
I'm asking you. It's not a valid answer. You just said it was your guys' policy. I want you to answer the question since you said it.
Because you don't have a board, right? You make the policy yourself.
About.
So it's not
Teleworking.
Office of Planning,
Are you
your
talking about
office,
the-
you guys don't have boards, like all the other
Yeah.
attached agencies, they have boards. You guys don't have boards.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
it's
are we-
very unilateral.
Are we now talking about the overall,
Your office.
yeah, the office,
Yeah,
we're
so
not
when
talking
you
about
say
the three
we, it's
personnel.
You came up with the.
I know, but we're not talking about the three medical person. We're talking about the overall.
Your policy.
Yeah, right, right. So the overall policy is a policy of the Energy Office. And when we set up that policy, we thought that was an efficient way to operate. That actually began before I became Chief Energy Officer. And it was underway and functioning under the previous administration. And when I came in, it was continuing. And so it was then halted for a short while in the beginning of last year. And until the DHERD policy came out. Once the DHERD policy came out, our staff worked with DBED to come up with a revised telework program that was consistent with the DHERD policy. And it seemed reasonable to me because people were performing, there were controls in place, and in fact, we were meeting our key objectives and our priorities. So it seemed to me like an opportunity to prove out sort of the cost savings from travel and other things, since we're an energy agency. Also seemed to make sense.
That's subjective though, because based on the WAM site visits, we don't necessarily feel you're meeting key objectives. I mean, we still don't have an exact plan on how we're going to become, totally green by 2045. We still don't have a diversification plan. We still don't have a firm energy plan. We don't have a lot of things that we haven't even begun to implement. So I'm not sure how there's a difference in what we believe and what you think we're meeting objectives.
And what percentage of your office is on telework? What percentage of employees on telework?
The entire agency is on this plan.
What I don't understand, you just said that it's saving costs because travel and everything. Not saving us nothing. We're still paying them the same salary. If they was driving in or it wasn't driving in or gas or no more gas, right? So I don't understand, what is the cost savings to the taxpayer? You just said that earlier that you're saving money. So can you come up with a number that you're saving taxpayers money? Because I can see you saying you're saving the guy money, because he's not driving into work, wear and tear on his car, parking, etc. But that's personal. What is the taxpayer saving with all of these guys working from home? What are they saving?
Yeah, so our plan under the telework policy is that, and that got approved on March 26th, I believe, of the official policy that we're currently under. And at the 1 year point, we're going to take the information we've been amassing about where people had lived and essentially the energy efficiency, potential energy efficiency savings. We're gonna complete that analysis and do an annual report that we're gonna submit to DBED and be happy to share it with the legislature.
To justify 100% telework.
Yes.
So every office then should be 100% telework so we can save on energy. The whole state of Hawaii government.
If productivity can be met, it may make sense to do it.
But
more
I say
broadly.
that's relative because if we're not meeting our goals, I mean, you guys got the hydrogen hub money last year. We didn't get the grant. So whose fault is that we didn't get the grant?
We did secure more than $60 million in grant funds. We also recently submitted a full application for $34 million in energy efficiency rebates that will be that we hope to get approval on sometime during this month or in early February.
But we still don't see lower energy bills. We still don't see a diversified economy with more energy jobs. We still don't see more firming. There's quite a bit of things that we still need to see that haven't been completed.
There have been a number of things that have been completed, like energy savings performance contracts, and we can show you the data about the savings to state agencies because of those energy savings performance contracts that we provided funding for the type of utility grade audits that were necessary to.
Okay, well, we don't have a strategy for energy and land for ag, you know, when we have competition between ag use versus energy use, and then that always seems to be friction. We don't seem to have we haven't made progress in a lot of these things that we're stuck. And like I mentioned, not only do you guys have the highest telework, but you guys have the highest travel.
How is that? How are you traveling if you stay at home teleworking?
I have a question, in terms of your space. Have you reconfigured your office? Because one of the things that we did several years ago was to ask the comptroller to start looking at space and use of space and pulling people back into spaces that we have. So other people are looking for space and we need to start being more efficient in the use of our assets.
How big is your office?
So how are you reconfiguring now that you have nobody coming to work?
So we have,
How big is your office now? How many square feet?
How many square feet? I don't know the square footage number off the top. We have one floor on the state office tower.
So it
And
wasn't teleworking, everybody could fit in your building.
all of our staff do work on the 5th floor. And I must also say that even though the 21 staff who are accounted for under general funds are working on telework, there are a handful of them that come in to work every day anyway, because that's just what they choose to do. So the telework doesn't force them to do the telework.
We asked earlier how many, and you said virtually 100% of your office.
Well, they're all approved for telework, but they don't all spend all the telework days at home. They actually work in the office. So it was accurate in the answer, but they do more than that, actually work in the office every day. And so that does occur. But in terms of the utilization of the space, it has allowed us to, we have readjusted our office.
When you guys have your managers meeting, maybe this is something you can take up because there seems to be an imbalance.
Yes, sir. We will take
I
it up.
mean,
I,
lots of people are watching this and they're like, wow, I think I'm gonna apply for Office of Energy.
No, that's why I wanted to get clarified. I mean, we cannot keep just trying and mumbo jumbling around. You had asked you the question of how much of you guys, we never asked approval. You had asked how much of your guys are working home telework. You said 100%. Now you said they're all approved for teleworking, but so much coming in and 21 is doing this. So the ones that is coming in, is they the ones doing all the traveling?
So, in terms of travel, and again, I can't compare it to other agencies, but the approved travel.
Well, you can. You just look at table 23. Because it's the entire department and all the attached agencies, and you can see all of them, how much travel, who turns in report, who doesn't turn in report.
And we have 100% of our personnel do turn in reports. And we've determined that the activities such as the National Association of State Energy Officials and the work that we do with the VW settlement and other things that where we share practices and we learn about the processes that are being done in other states are highly relevant to our work.
Okay, that's fine. Can you give the committee a copy of all those reports?
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Yes. Still in shock.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I guess my question is, I mean, I don't even want a question, I really just get on comment. How do you justify allowing everybody to tell, how do you monitor the work that is being done? Because I might be approved for telework and then you expect me to come in and I go, no, I'm on telework today and I'm not teleworking. I'm maybe traveling or on vacation. How do you justify that? Smart.
I'm glad you asked that question because that is the crucial issue here. How do we actually have oversight over our personnel? And the way that we have clear oversight over the personnel is that they report, we have 4 branches and the branch chiefs are responsible for monitoring their employees and they have to have basically direct one-on-one meetings with them every day. And they also have work products. So they track those work products. And if they're not getting the work products, then they have an issue, but they actually perform on their work products. But they have that one-on-one meeting every day. They're also required as a step 2, they're required to have branch meetings with the entire staff to review work products with their supervisor every week, which they do as well. And then I also have a weekly meeting face-to-face with the branch managers and leadership team. And that's how I monitor the progress overall.
So your face-to-face meeting when everybody's supposed to be teleworking is on Zoom or?
No,
so they do come in then?
So the telework policy is that 2 days a week, they're on total telework. 2 days a week, they're on, they're actually in the office. And one of the days, Wednesday, is a day in which there's a hybrid where some of them, where we actually balance the work. Some of them work at home and some of them are in the office. But during that week period, there are 2 or 2.5 days in which everyone is in the office every week. So
even the 3 that are out on medical.
Pardon me?
Even the 3 that are out.
Except for the 3 that are on medical because they have a special condition. That's the reason why I kind of consider them outside of the telework policy, because there's a superseded policy that governs their work. And that's really out of my control. That's a personnel issue
No.
that's worked out.
To clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wait, like this is on TV, yeah?
Yes.
I'm gonna go watch the replay and listen to yourself. It's either 100% or 50%. You just said 2 days out of the week they come in. See, that's what I'm talking about. You mumbling and jumbling here.
I'm
You
telling
gotta say it's a partial. You never say partial, you never say hybrid. You said 100% approved for teleworking and then 100% teleworking. Now you just told Senator Lynn that they come in 2 days out of the week, except the people on medical, and then sometimes they go on hybrid. Which is it? Because you said you can monitor them that way. I don't think you can monitor them. Because how are you gonna do that? Because if I'm good friends with the chief of my department, been working 25 years, of course you're gonna cover for me, or he gonna cover for me. I'll be at 24-hour fitness, zooming in my call with my chief. How we know? There's really no checks and balancing. Are you actually looking into the house? Do you guys have a camera that they're in an office and they're working? Or they're watching their kids, or they're watching their parent, or they're gonna go shopping at Costco's? We really don't know that. You cannot say you do. Because you said 100%, now you said 2 days out of the week they come in, except the sick, the guys who's sick, and then a hybrid. So which is it? So that's how we need to, maybe better you go back and check in balances on your people and send them to us, because I like see all what you just said today on top of here, because I sit here and I'm watching you and I'm listening to you, what you're answering to Senator De La Cruz, and now you're answering to Senator Lynn, all different what you said in the beginning.
Well, Senator, with all due respect, I don't believe it's any different. 100% of our agency is on the telework program. And that's what I was talking about when I said 100%. And so that is the telework policy applies to all of our employees. So that's when I
qualifying to work from home, right?
That's correct.
Right. That's what you needed to be clear, because none of us knew that.
Well, that's my sort of, unfortunately, I didn't explain that in a clear enough way, but that's precisely what I meant.
Okay, thank you.
So I apologize for being confusing about that.
Can you tell us, oh, go ahead.
Senator O'Kai.
Thank you. I actually like to ask an energy question.
Yes.
RFP3 came out. There were 15 projects announced. 10 of them, I believe, were solar, 5 were firm. Considering RFPs 1 and 2 had projects that never materialized, lengthy delays, what are you and the Energy Office doing to ensure that we get these 15 RFP3 projects out in a timely fashion?
Yeah, extremely important question. It is among our top priorities. And primarily the big issue, and particularly something that Lahaina has sort of inflicted on the entire state, essentially, has been the issue about whether or not we can get the best financing for those projects. And part of whether or not those will move forward and move forward in a consistent fashion will be whether or not they can be, the power purchase agreements can be negotiated. And as you mentioned, the firm power projects in which 4 of them are generation projects. One of them is essentially a Hawai'i Electric Industries Pacific Current project, which may be more difficult to finance at this time as well. So we're looking at third-party financing opportunities to create funds that could be used to provide low-cost, low-interest sort of financing for these kinds of projects. That could be used for both the power purchase agreements as well as the power generation projects. We're also looking at a whole different concept of fuel switching to help lower costs of the overall energy system, which could also provide, again, with the right partner, a low-cost capital to provide generation. So that's something that our office is analyzing the first quarter of this year. And I would say that's our #1 priority.
Yeah, look at Hawaii's energy future, and it seems very murky, very dark, especially in light of the Lahaina fires. I mean, considering all the litigation that could cripple HECO, from a lawmaking perspective, should we be looking at the RPS and the goals and be more reasonable in expectations, considering the HECO today is not the HECO of last year?
Well, I would say that my strong opinion is that we should be firmly holding the line towards energy self-sufficiency, because essentially that makes us more secure. We are much more at risk from oil price volatility in a weakened situation. And so the quicker that we can move towards energy self-sufficient, the better we are.
But all of that sufficiency is dependent upon HECO being viable, a viable entity, considering the litigation they face. I don't know how reasonable it is for us as a community to expect to realize everything you just mentioned.
Well, I think one of the most important things in terms of, and you'll see measures coming before the legislature on energy securitization and being able to take the revenue flow, because people are still paying their bills and it's flowing to Hawaiian Electric, is to try to create a closed loop of that funding to make sure that those funds then can go directly to be the sort of source of repayment of these power purchase agreements. If that can be forged in a closed loop fashion, then that can actually help make that energy, the new energy financing for these projects much more secure. So that's certainly one type of technique that can be used. It was used for Pacific Gas and Electric and others as well that were subject to wildfire. So those are all things the administration is looking very, very seriously at.
Thank you.
So what's going to happen with the 5.5 million and the 10 million in Act 66?
You're talking about for the Hawaii, the hydrogen hub?
Yeah, we didn't get the grant.
We didn't get the grant that returns to the legislature.
Okay, so we can, does the budget, does the worksheet show that you're gonna lapse the 10 million?
I mean, it is subject to, I mean, we're not going to spend that. So, yeah.
Okay, because I mean, we should be cutting that, because other things you have, you're transferring, you're cutting, then so that should be cut.
Yes.
And so you probably hopefully you lapse the 5.5, and then we should cut the 10.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I noticed there's one position that's budgeted for 80,000, but actual salary is 171,000. So where is the extra money coming from?
Well, that's a request to the legislature in the.
No, but where is it currently coming from?
Well, that has been through OCE. And obviously we have no ability to continue doing that. And as you know, that position, when it was created in 2019, there was a civil service position in which the former energy administrator was, and that civil service position remained. So they couldn't use that position and that funding for that position. So they took an existing position that was available, and that was a specialist position, and it simply didn't have the level of funding for the energy administrator. So that never actually got rectified. I know that there had been requests in the past, but that actually never got resolved at the legislature.
Yeah. Might not.
It's your decision.
Director, I'm aware of a grant that you submitted somewhere in the tune of $64 million. How is that money going to be divvied up? Pending, is it still pending approval, or the two pockets, which would be what, 30?
The 68 million, 34 million and 34 million. The Hawaii State Energy Office was one of 4 states that had the opportunity to make an early full application for the 34 million of what's the HERE, or essentially energy, home energy rebates. And so that's what I was mentioning earlier, or that we were hopeful to get approval of that sometime in the next 45 days. And once that we have approval to move forward, we plan on setting up the program so that it could be as early as Earth Day, but it could be more like sometime in the middle of the summer. Rebates will be available for particularly targeting low and moderate income statewide to get energy efficient appliances. And hopefully, if we're able to match the other available rebates, it could fundamentally pay for the vast majority of those appliances.
And then the second portion of the 34 million that would be addressed, would that be on solar or?
So that's to electrify the home. It's a more complicated rebate program, but it will help prepare the home for, and again, with significant amount of low, moderate income, but it's broader. It's applicable to the entire state to be able to prepare those homes for solar, rooftop solar, as well as these more sophisticated energy appliances.
Would that be on existing homes with solar or those that have had solar that maybe came in with telemetering and wanting to change out, or are those rules still being crafted?
Yeah, it is up to us, the agency, to establish the criteria for that. That particular program, we haven't yet applied for. That full application is due in several months. And so we have more time to prepare that one.
Okay, thank you.
What's your current OCE budget in the base?
It's quite limited. I don't know I'd have to get you that number.
If you can get us that.
Sure.
I like what DBED has done in terms of integrating all the 14 or 15 agencies that have been pretty 17 diversified. And energy has always looked at, getting to 100% renewables. But what are you doing in terms of commercializing and creating jobs from the economic development perspective? And what is your plan forward?
Well, there's
other than solar construction.
Yeah.
Other than solar, yeah. So there are three legs to the workforce development aspect, which is a new plank, and that's something that we talked about in the WAM briefings around the state that never was taken on as a direct role. And
even though it's part of DBED.
Even though it's part of DBED. And so, and we work very closely with DBED on this. The Good Jobs Hawaii program, we're part of that. We are the energy component. So far in 2023, by the end of 2023, we had 352 persons that were selected for apprenticeships and for training under that program. We hope to have more than 400 during this year that we were able to get. And essentially, they'll be trained in a variety of emerging technologies, power plant operation, as well as various renewable energy generation, solar being among them, but also other renewable energy and also storage system operation and management and so on. So a wide variety of that. We also work on the with DOE on the and on their overall K through 12 program, and we help set the curriculum for that over the last year and a half. And we've been able to see a number of children go through that program. Has similar goals to that was mentioned from DBED, with 1-year objectives with a core curriculum. And we're also expanding that curriculum this coming year to 2 additional areas.
So how do you have a plan to create those jobs so that the curriculum makes sense? Because if not, we go back to how we started, but there's a cliff. So if there's no plan to actually create these jobs, you're doing all this education. When they graduate, where they're gonna go?
Oh, wait.
So that's what I've been saying. That's where I think your perception of meeting certain benchmarks I'm finding it difficult because I don't see that how the education is I don't see the full pathway. I don't see the cradle to career.
Well, certainly in the efforts to meet the renewable portfolio standard, there's progress that has to be made every year on utility scale generation as well, in addition to the rooftop solar.
So just develop something that achieves that.
Yeah, and so, as we presented in the briefings earlier this year, we are pursuing slim hole drilling. We did get secure $5 million to provide initial geothermal well.
So what are some of the other assets? Because you could take strategic assets around the state. You get lots of federal funds. Why aren't we trying to acquire those assets and then do RFPs for companies to bid on developing those energy on those assets? Because then we know that there will be jobs there if that's the kind of approach we're going to take. It's the same like film, same approach. She's trying to make sure that there's going to be film studios so that there's jobs, then work backwards to make sure that there's education. But I don't see that same approach with energy.
Well, the energy, the very next steps on energy have been largely driven through the market for renewable energy as approached through outstanding requests for proposals by the utilities. And so they ask.
We don't have to follow that approach.
No, I understand, but I'm saying that in terms of the reason why that approach, though, has been pursued is because it allows the market to respond with things that will be cost effective to ratepayers. So that's the reason why, and whether or not you agree or support it or
If
not.
you were to look at the state, you already could tell, okay, in this area, this type of energy probably makes sense. If we get the asset, let's do an RFP.
Right.
Then the local high school, okay, this is going to be the curriculum. Versus just letting the private sector kind of figure out, oh, I'm going to lease land from Castle and Cope. I'm going to lease land for. Try to look at what assets make the best sense for energy, just like how we're trying to do for ag, just like how she's doing for film. Be way more proactive in that so that we can actually create the cradle to career.
Well, there certainly are efforts to do that, even though.
Well, you're the guy in charge.
Yeah.
So it's either you're going to do it or you're not.
Well, we are doing it.
But the federal funds should be leveraged to go and purchase those assets. And if they're not, why aren't you coming to us?
So, I mean, let me make sure I understand what you're suggesting here. Are you talking about?
You can take it back internally because I think the rest, it seems like a lot of the other sister agencies are moving in that direction. So maybe you can continue to work with the director and the deputy to come up with a plan similar to how Creative Media's approach is.
Thank you, Chair, for that. And we will certainly collaborate and share how deputy and our office work with film and other agencies to create the pathway. And you made it profoundly clear that if we had to go and talk to a parent of a student in high school, that this is what the state has to offer. High school, wow.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna want to trust that we
Yeah.
have the next step for them. So that made it crystal clear that we need to work with the community colleges and the CADs, which Deputy Director has already done that with the superintendent. And then the next career path. And then what Georgia was talking about was some of those kids who are not going to go to college, but they can go into the industry, which we have worked with the unions. And to answer that, Senator Favela, we did meet with the unions just 2 weeks ago to specifically talk about this. So they were included and we will continue to include them because it's important to the industry. So that's what we've done and we'll work with the energy office as well.
Okay, so there's some follow-up questions and we can just send a memo.
Chair, I just want to touch on what Senator Wakai said. You know, we're on the foothold on what Hawaiian Electric can dictate. But if you like save money and you like make us an energy efficient state, how come I don't hear you talking about state to state, county to county buildings doing wheeling? That would save money too. I heard somebody, a real smart person in the Senate, I don't know which one it was, put out a bill like that, but it didn't do too good in the House. You know, I think that's something that I think wheeling would be really good if you're really thinking that right now, you know, Hawaiian Electric is like what Senator Wakai said. Why are we gonna wait to them to jump up and
Exactly.
do the electric slide?
It's that.
Right? You know, to do the electric slide when no more electric, you know what I'm saying? We get PV, but anyway. Why don't you look into that? I mean, you're the energy guy, you know, talk to one of you guys and see what we can do, because I thought that was a great idea in saving energy, saving costs for the state and county buildings, but for whatever reason, the thing didn't fly.
No, it is a great idea, Senator Favela, and you know, there's only so much we can talk about in these hearings. That is something that we are looking at, and people have talked to us about it. This may be the year in which something like that.
That's what I was saying. You don't have a board,
Yeah.
and I thought you reported to the director. So who holds you accountable to meet certain benchmarks to say, okay, this year we're going to get this accomplished to reach the 2045. This year we're going to get something else accomplished to reach the 2045. So that's where I find that your office is different than HHFDC or Land Use Commission. They all have a board that holds them accountable, and that we don't have that with you. So it's really in a vacuum. And so when you say, oh, it's a mystery, certain things, yeah, because it's not as transparent. And I'm not saying that it's your fault. That's just the way the law is written. So we'd like to see more transparency with a strategic plan that also includes implementation, regional economic development, and education. And that way we can help bring in the other partners. But you guys can go back and talk about it at your manager's meeting. Sounds like you have a long agenda. Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Senator, just one more thing, I know that you're off the mic, but